please.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and dear friends. It is my great honor to welcome you all to Day 2 of the International Youth Forum 2025, here at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok. First of all, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants who have traveled from near and far for your unwavering commitment to the mission of this forum, to empower youth, to foster collaboration, and to shape a sustainable future together. Yesterday, we embarked on a remarkable journey of dialogue and inspiration. We explored pressing global challenges, shared innovative solutions, and most importantly, listened to the voice of young people who respect and represent the spirit of change. Day 1 reminded us that youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, but active partners of today. Today, as we step into Day 2, we continue this journey with fresh energy and renewed determination. This morning, we will reflect on highlights from yesterday and then move into engaging sessions that address some of the most critical issues of our time: gender equality, climate change, education, and the role of youth in shaping inclusive societies. Let us remember that this forum is more than a conference. It is a living space of ideas, unity, action. Each word we speak and each story we share contributes to building the future we all envision. With this, I warmly invite all of you to join with open minds and open hearts as we begin today's program. Together, let us make Day 2 as impactful, inspiring, and transformative as Day 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Samalini Thawa, for guiding us through yesterday's highlight and giving us a clear roadmap of today's exciting agenda. Your insight set the perfect stage for our discussions ahead. With that energy, now it is my honor to invite our distinguished speakers to deliver the opening remarks. Their experiences, vision, and leadership will inspire us as we continue this journey of dialogue, collaboration, and meaningful action. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nantapuran Janchalia Seributra to share opening remarks. We are honored by your presence and the insights you bring to this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nantapuran Seributra on the stage, please.
So good morning, everyone. So imagine a city where students are creators of a temporary medical shelters for the homeless, where students don't just study social challenges, but they create solutions to implement across the city. This is not an imagination. This is Bangkok today. Good morning. My name is Nantapuran Janchalia Seributra. I'm here not only as an advisor to the Bangkok governor, but I'm also here as a person who witnessed firsthand how the city's commitment to youth can ripple across the city and across the globe. These are some of the examples of youth ideas that has become the BMA policies. From the temporary medical shelters for the homeless, volunteers, doctors, pet adoptions and televet platform, creative spaces for all youth within 15-minute walk of their homes. These are not just ideas, but it is happening within our city. So what if we stop asking, how do we manage youth in the cities, and start asking, how do we build cities that amplify youth potential? This is the question that changed everything. Bangkok has always been a crossroads of rivers, of cultures, and of ideas. Today, it become a crossroads of generation. where Thai wisdom meets innovation, driven by young minds. One of the key youth initiatives is the New Generation Council. Today we have 972 members, and more than 40 youth teams have participated in policy proposals. Bangkok created district youth councils. These councils don't just meet and discuss. They collect community ideas, community data, advocate to national youth parliament, and run their own learning programs. Youth become local policy researchers and implementers with the actual resources supported by the city. Another project that we have done is Creative Districts project. This established the participatory mechanism to facilitate collaboration among residents, youth, and active citizens. These are some of the examples that we have throughout the districts of Bangkok. In 2022, Bangkok launched Hack BKK. Young innovators solved 13 real city challenges in 20 days. BMA didn't just listen, we implemented their solutions as working city infrastructure. Youth don't create projects. For us, they create our systems. This is how we engage youth and active citizens to build our city. So as you can see here, there are different projects and prototypes of ideas that has become what we use in the city. Now let me share with you how BMA built our city with youth in mind. We have inclusive learning environments for all, such as public park, playground, library, recreational center, sports center, museum, bookstores, e-library, skill development schools. These are just some of the areas and spaces for our youth and active citizens to use. All year round, the city offers public spaces to diverse groups of people. They can engage in different activities and showcases their creativity through activities and festivals. And if you live in Bangkok, now you can access the 15-minute pocket park. So this is the idea where we want to ensure that everyone have access to the park within the 15-minute of their homes by foot. So again, this is an idea for youth and for everyone in the city just to enjoy a little bit of nature on the way to work or to school. This is another project that we have, and it has become one of the main initiatives which a lot of participants from the public and private sectors have worked with us in planting 1 million trees. And I'm happy to tell you that we are now far exceed that number, so we are approaching 2 million trees now. And we also have many sports centers, as I suggested earlier, but this is one of the examples where we showcase the public and private collaboration, which is a key approach in our work here at BMA. Private organizations and sport associations help to develop the central urban sports center that offer the space for everyone that can use for youth and for all ages as well. And now we make the public space easy to access there's a platform where people can go in and book for the space. It used to be quite a challenge to book a public space for different activities, but this platform actually helped us to make that possible for all the organizations and individuals. Now let's move on to the sustainability and climate action. BKK has big initiative. One of the main initiatives now is Bangkok Zero Waste. So if you live in the city, I think you have heard about how we want to make sure that we have ways to manage our waste better, not only in the restaurants or shops, but also in households. So this is one of the key initiatives where people can go in and make their participation by applying online. There's also biodiversity in Bangkok, where people can learn about different lives and nature within the everyday surroundings. The BKK Food Bank program is also one of the key initiatives where we offer food to the most needed. So these are the policy that we have done throughout the districts of Bangkok. The private sectors can also contribute by donating food, and we make sure that these resources are accessible to those who are in need. For the cultural exchange and collaboration with the global movement, we have done quite a lot of exchange programs with many countries such as China, Korea, Japan, and Mongolia. These cities give our youth opportunities to connect and collaborate on key agendas such as culture, business, innovation, and environment. So we have a lot of students from BMA schools connecting with youth within the country and also abroad. These are the opportunities for them to showcase their idea, exchange their connection, and also make new friends. So this is time to act. I'm calling all the youth leaders here that your ideas matter. Turn your solution into policy reality. And you can do that here in Bangkok. Start local, but think global. So try to make some small step within the local community, but also think ahead, how can you actually make this a global initiative? And collaborate across boundaries. This is very crucial, where you connect and learn from each other and make your ideas happen within your country, but again, with the collective power, as we are here today, the idea can turn into a very powerful policy. And for leaders in this room, I call on you to create the real seat at the table for the youth. And I also like to encourage you to fund innovation, not just programs. We all know that sometimes these ideas and innovations take time to incubate and to continue. So to have that long-term support, unrestricted support, can really make the innovation come to real life. And lastly, major impact, not just engagement. We really have to make sure that we go deeper beyond what we can just see as engagement, but what are the real impacts that the programs are making. So if we can design this from the beginning, the work that we do can be very meaningful, and we also have the evidence to carry the work forward and to make it into the larger scale. So the future is something that will happen to us. It's something that's happening through us. So I thank you, all the youth and all the leaders in this room, for this opportunity for BMA to share our work here in the city of Bangkok. And I hope that we can be your partner in working and empowering youth in our country and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seributra, for your thoughtful opening remarks. Your insights will certainly inspire and guide our discussions as we continue to explore the vital issues surrounding sustainable development and inclusive governance. And a reminder that we do have a time restrictions. I'm sorry to say, but we need to wind up in 7 minutes for each speaker. So now let us warmly welcome Professor Ms. Prijana Kumchai, Director of the Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center at Konkan University, we are honored to have your expertise guide us in understanding the foundations of human rights and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Ms. Prijana Kumchai on the stage, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear friends, and all of young leaders. It's an honor to stand here today with you at the 5th International Youth Forum under the theme of Empowering Youth for Just, Inclusive, and Sustainable Future. When I see this room, I see not only future leaders, but present changemakers. And I am reminded that the future is never given. It's created by how we learn, how we lead, and how we sustain. At Konkan University in Thailand, we educate the Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center, HRS Learning Center, with the one conviction: learn, lead, and sustain. We inspiring the next generation of legal professionals. And we believe that the education must go beyond theory to transform life. To achieve this, we begin with the two foundations. We begin with the human rights education because rights are the rules of justice. And the justice must be the rules of every society. And we believe in legal education transformation because the law must evolve to respond to the new challenge, shaping the lawyers who are not only professionals, but agents of change. This is how we cultivating the new generation of lawyers by making education itself an transformative force. But principle is only are not enough. But truly matter is how we empower youth in practice. We do this through three pathways. The first one, we focus on the potential development, giving youth 21st century skills that unleash their creativity and confidence. And the second pathway, we design the ESG learning space, where responsibility for environmental, society, and good governance become part of learning itself. And we practice co-creation partnership, working hand in hand with all sectors, schools, NGOs, governments, and communities. These are not just a program, they are living experience where youth discover their voice, their power, and their responsible to lead. Why we do this? Because the rule of law and the social justice must be life as the good public good. And we would like to design the legal social justice ecosystem where law and justice are not distant ideas, but there are realities that strengthen our world. Because without justice, there is no peace. Without human rights, there is no sustainable. And to achieve this, we create a new ecosystem of the learning in interconnected three spaces. The first space we create the learning space, developing the 21st century skill and cultivating the human rights mindset. And the second space is the academic space, providing the legal knowledge and responsibility, turning classroom into place of debate, dialogue, and service. And the important space for us is the creative space. Encourage innovation, where the students are not afraid to imagine the new legal and social solution for the challenge ahead. These spaces are not just the classroom, they are platform of the empowerment, where learn to lead with value, integrate, and vision. But knowledge cannot stay just inside a university. True learning must be shared and engaged with the communities. That is why HRS Learning Center work in the co-production with the community, working with side by side. In the 4 program, we have the 4 program to learn and engage the community. We learn about the right and participation right with the community in our social rights SDG program and SDG programs. To connecting the human rights with the participation, and we learn about the community forest program, learning about environmental justice from the local wisdom. And we learn about sustainability and food security through our agroecology program. And the last program is the for youth empowerment program, giving shape for youth voice and co-leadership. This through experience, our students do not only study justice, they practice justice, they live justice, and they co-create justice. Dear friends, the just, inclusive, and sustainable future we dream of will not come by chance. It must be co-created by all of us, across generations, across culture, and across difference. HRS Learning Center stands for hope, rights, and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kumchai, for your thoughtful insights and for showing us how education and learning can empower youth to make a real difference in their communities. Moving forward, please join me in welcoming Mr. Athakrit Chimplapibul, co-founder and CEO at Bitcov, to share his opening remarks. Your experience and innovation and youth engagement is truly inspiring for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Athakrit Chimplapibul on the stage, please. I'm afraid he's not here with us today. Next, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Srinivas Tata, Director of the Social Development Division at ESCAP, to the stage. We are grateful for your leadership and for taking the time to address our gathering today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tata, on the stage, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I thank the organizers for their very kind invitation to the United Nations, for inviting us to be present at this very vibrant forum. My special thanks also to all the youth who are present here to inspire us, from whom we hope to learn. And we hope that They represent the voices of our region very ably in the global dialogues leading forward. Can I have my presentation, please? Thank you. I just wanted to explain. My name is Srinivas Tata, as I lead the Social Development Division of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, which is based here in Bangkok. Just a little word for all you young people who may not know what ESCAP is. It's not meant to escape from anything, but actually to root you in something. It's one of the 5 regional commissions of the United Nations. We actually work across the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental. And we hope to do so in a multidisciplinary and integrated manner. And in that context, the involvement of youth in the Sustainable Development Agenda is a very big part of our work. We do our work by following 3 pillars, essentially. We do a lot of analysis, and you'll see that in some of the slides that I present, and I promise to be fast. If I sound like a Shinkansen, it is because I'm paying heed to our moderator here. So first is the analytical part. We do a lot of analysis, present the data about how the demographic change is happening, what are the key problems faced by the population. And secondly, we focus a lot on building intergovernmental consensus on various issues. And we also extend technical cooperation or capacity building of countries. Now, the overarching guide of our work, as you know, is the Sustainable Development Agenda and the 2030 Agenda, as they call it, and the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, the high-level political forum in New York reviews certain number of priority SDGs each year. And the SDGs that were a priority this year were SDG 3 on health and well-being, SDG 5 on gender, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, SDG 14 on life below water, and SDG 17 partnership for the goals. However, before we zoom into the SDGs, I wanted to note some of the key mega trends that are dominating the world right now. And it's so important that and I find some of the agendas that you have structured around it are very much cognizant of these trends and the interlinkages between them. And they intersect very strongly. The 5 mega trends are emerging and frontier technologies, urbanization, widening inequalities. We have growth, we have increase of income and wealth, but these seem to be more and more concentrated in a few groups, maybe a few quintiles. Climate change, as you know, is one of the biggest concerns that our world is facing, one of the biggest challenges the world is facing, but we are also facing challenges in the way we are addressing it. And I think youth can play a very big role. They have a big stake in the way we take actions now in order to address your future. Environmental degradation and demographic shifts. And none of these operate in silos, all of which are interrelated. And in this presentation, I will touch on some of these closely related megatrends. What do they mean for youth through the lens of demographic shifts or demographic transitions, as we call it in the Social Development Division? Now, this may be, it's a regional picture, and it's a very striking picture. What kind of transformation has our region undergone over the past few decades? Let me see. The demographic transition that very rapidly happened in our region describes the process of declining fertility and mortality and its impact on societies in general. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. It is actually the result of economic and social development and often a cause for celebration. The fertility rate, which is the number of children, average number of children for a woman in reproductive age, dropped from about 6 children per woman in the mid-1960s to 1.8 today. And the trends presume that the low birth rates will continue. At the same time, life expectancy has increased from 43 years in the 1960s to 75 years. So what is the implication? This is a cause of celebration, but the implication is a very dramatic increase in the proportion of older population. And this transition from high to low fertility has happened due to greater access to healthcare, improved nutrition, sanitation, and housing, and perhaps overall empowerment of women. But it has resulted in a very, very is a big change in the age structures within the region. So just have a look at the age structures and the distribution of various age groups. Currently, there are about 717 million young people aged 15 to 24 in our region. They account for about 15% of the total population. And 60% of the world's youth reside in Asia Pacific. And over time, however, the total number and share of the different age groups is changing. The number of children and youth are already declining, and the working age population is projected to decline in early 2030s. The only age group that is increasing is the 65 plus population. So by 2035, as you can see from the graph, there'll be more older persons than youth in Asia Pacific. Now, where do the youth live in our region? If you look at the 5 ESCAP subregions, which are South, Southwest Asia, East, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, North and Central Asia, and Pacific, the 5 subregions of ESCAP, the most young people live in South and Southwest Asia and East and Northeast Asia. In North and Northeast Asia, population aging has progressed the fastest, with less youth today than we had in 2000, but still there are a significant number. The number of youth is projected to grow in North and Central Asia, but the concentration of youth in our region is in South and Southwest Asia, and to a certain extent in Southeast Asia. In terms of countries, you can see the actual number of youth in 2025 by country here in this graph, the large countries. I'm showing you the 12 countries with the largest youth cohorts. By far, the largest cohort is in India with 256 million youth, followed by China, 163 million. Pakistan, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Philippines have between 50 to 20 million. And of course, Russian Federation, Vietnam, Islamic Republic of India, and Turkey and Japan between 10 and 20 million. As you can see, this is important to determine what are the opportunities open for countries which have these large youth populations, provided they put the right policies in place. Now, there is a totally different point I'd like to make here. As we move towards the demographic transition, as the demographic transition moves forward, right now, never have populations or people of different age groups in significant numbers lived together. For the first time, significant large number of youth and older persons are living together. That means we have to strengthen intergenerational relations, intergenerational solidarity, if our societies are really going to thrive. And I think that has the intergenerational relations express themselves everywhere. And it's how people live, how they interact in the workplace, and how they care for each other. Youth play an important role in strengthening intergenerational relations and in building a society for all ages, especially in Asia Pacific. In terms of education and schooling, we have really progressed very well. Currently, we find that many countries in the region continue to have less than 10 years of schooling. For 14 countries, these figures are projected to remain below 10 years until at least 2040. But there is progress being made, and we expect these rates to triple, even in countries where they are low, between 2000 to 240, but we need to put our foot on the accelerator and continue to pay attention to ensure that this education is appropriate, and we skill our populations to meet the new challenges of climate change and the need for a just transition. Another issue that I want to highlight is the issue of adolescent fertility, which remains high in several regions, though it is showing a declining trend. And I would like to focus on the bigger issue of the link between between health and having a productive youth population. SDG 3, which focuses on health, has been reviewed by member states this year. We are seeing that there are many ways in which good health can really enhance the contribution of youth through educational achievement, successful transitions into adulthood, adopting healthy lifestyles, and contributing to a strong family formation. We need to address the fact that injuries, interpersonal violence, self-harm, and other issues being leading causes of death among adolescents and young adults. Half of all mental health disorders in adulthood start by the age of 18. And this is something that we sometimes do not pay attention to. So I would like to move fast here. So I think health is a very important part of it. So we need to focus on universal healthcare, but healthcare that really addresses the concerns of youth. Youth unemployment remains high. It's higher than overall unemployment. So as you can see, we need to focus on creating more jobs for the youth and reskilling them. And among them, young women are usually neither in employment, education, or training. So there are big differences, especially in certain regions like Southwest Asia, where female labor force participation rate remains below 25%. There is a big difference in connectivity, that obviously digital connectivity is very important, but there are big differences between countries in this respect. The rates of connectivity, digital connectivity amongst youth, obviously they are the most digitally literate among the various age groups, but there are big variations between rural and urban. 83% of youth in urban areas in our region have access, but only 45% in rural. So I'd like to straight move to the final part of my slides, which is the fact that when we had our ECOSOC Youth Forum in New York, and representatives from our region particularly called for the importance when we had for addressing health inequities and to integrate climate adaptation into health planning, strengthening gender-sensitive and human rights-based approaches, holding intergenerational dialogues, and recognizing that digital partnerships and accountability play a critical role in advancing climate action. Last but not least, they talked about empowering youth with the right skills. We had a similar consultation in the preparation for the World Summit on Social Development, where youth said, you need to focus on mental health support. You need to focus on entrepreneurship. You need to focus on digital skills and inclusion. You need to focus on inclusion in labor markets and decent work, climate resilience and social protection, education and vocational training, and last but not least, gender equality and leadership. I hope that a lot of you here will show the leadership and show the vision that we expect from you, and please guide us, and we look to you for guidance and not the other way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tata, for your insightful address and for highlighting the importance of inclusive governance and local action in advancing human rights and sustainable development. Now it is again my pleasure. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Athakrit Chimplapi Bull, co-founder and CEO at Bitcov, to share his opening remarks. Your experience in innovation and youth engagement is truly inspiring for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Athakrit Chimplapi Bull on the stage, please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here for the first time. My name is Athakrit. I am a co-founder and CEO of Bitcup Exchange. We are the largest licensed crypto exchange in Thailand with a valuation of $1 billion. So I could say that we are a crypto unicorn. And I started this business when I was relatively young myself as well. So I have a few things to say, right? But I would like to begin by asking everyone here a simple question. Does anyone know this kid? Raise your hand if you know him. Wow. Only one person in this room knows him. His name is Alexander Wang. He is 21-year-old self-made billionaire with a self-net worth of $3.6 billion. $3.6 billion at 21-year-old? That begs the question, why, right? Self-made billionaires are younger than ever before. But why? Why? Right? Personally, I think we're the first generation equipped with tools to change the world overnight. Right? We have technology. Technology has become more powerful than ever before. We can create an app that serves customers worldwide overnight. Right? Take a look at this example. This is an app called Stay Gold. It's done by my CTO. It's a social media app like Instagram, but focused on health. It is also linked with Apple Health app, right? Which connects or linked with your health wearables like Whoop or Apple Watch. It can send SMS. You can log in via social media apps. I'll let everyone here guess how many months, how many days, how many weeks did it take for my CTO to complete this project? Take a wild guess. Think of a number. It took him 72 hours to complete this project. And it's not just a prototype. It's a fully functioning product. Everyone can download this app today. And he did this while he is working at the company as well. So this is his side project. But it took him 3 days via the power of AI. He used an AI app called Lovable to complete this project. It's called vibe coding nowadays, right? I think what we're currently witnessing is the starting point of the fourth industrial revolution. And I don't think it happens to everyone. For some people, it happens only once in a lifetime. For some, it doesn't happen at all, right? So I think many of the youth here are very fortunate to witness this event. If you are born 10 years earlier, then you would be too early to catch this wave. If you were born 10 years after this, you would be a little bit too late to catch the wave. You may be a user, but you may not be a producer, right? And if you look more closely, you would see that these new young billionaires are almost always in emerging new industries like robotics, blockchain, quantum computing, Internet of Things, nanotechnology, AR, VR, biotechnology, and so on and so forth. But I have to say that those that come at the right place and the right time can also fail. Take these two as an example. Sam Bankman-Fried, Elizabeth Holmes, they were at the right place at the right time, but they unfortunately were involved with multi-billion-dollar scandals, right? So we're building spaceships. We're living in a very fast-paced environment. We're building spaceships, but without moral navigation system. Not yet, at least, right? Take a look at this image. This is my company's logo. It took me 3 seconds to create this image. That's why the logo is a little bit off, unfortunately, but that's not the point. The point is, if you think about it carefully, this is trademark infringement. And anyone can do it. It takes 3 seconds for anyone to infringe my company's trademark, right? There is no clear rules for AI data usage. There is no clear rules for DNA usage. There used to be no clear rules on how you operate a crypto exchange before FTX crashed, right? So what's the solution? As a crypto entrepreneur and a crypto unicorn myself, I have to say blockchain, right? It improves transparency because AI training data set can be logged, immutably logged on blockchain, so we could prevent bias. It improves accountability because things like fair revenue sharing can be done on blockchain. It improves governance in a way that voting or decision makings can be logged transparently on blockchain. But like everything in life, there is also always a but. Blockchain isn't a magic wand. It may be able to do a lot of things, many things, almost everything, but it doesn't mean that it is suitable for everything. Sometimes it's slow. Sometimes it's too expensive to run. Right? So blockchain isn't everything. It's a fancy word sometimes. That's coming from a blockchain entrepreneur myself. So your products should be ethical by design. Build products with privacy, inclusivity, sustainability by design. But again, like everything in life, there is always a but, right? We cannot afford to trust people to build products or services with sustainability by design, right? So that's why there's still a high need for us to still have regulators. And those who are keen to join the regulatory space, I have to say that there are always high demands for jobs in this field, especially for the emerging markets that I mentioned earlier. So I think the next billion-dollar idea in this room shouldn't just to make a quick buck. Don't get me wrong, making money is important because your business wouldn't be able to sustain without cash flow, right? Think of it as buttoning your first button. If you don't get it right, you would mess everything after, right? But it should also be ethical, right? Because we're living in an era where longevity tech is coming. I believe that we would live to at least 120-year-old with the technology that I'm currently looking at. So making a quick buck wouldn't be enough. You have to be ethical as well. Being ethical is like buttoning the second button on your shirt. If you mess it up, it would be just as bad as getting the first button incorrectly. Before I close, as a technology entrepreneur, I think everyone now has access to technology. Everyone has access to AI. Everyone has access to scalability. I think the next wave of competition is accountability, sustainability, being ethical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atakrit, for your engaging words and for demonstrating how creativity and entrepreneurship can drive sustainable change. Your insights empower us to think boldly and act decisively. Next, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Pascal Bourget, Program Coordinator, International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, to the stage. We are grateful for your commitment to humanitarian action and youth involvement. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pascal Bourget, on the stage, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, youth leaders, dear colleagues. It really is a privilege to be with you all today to talk about the involvement of all the Red Cross, Red Crescent youth volunteers around the world. My name is Pascal Bourget. I'm working for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Society, or IFRC, here in Bangkok. I'm sure you probably heard about the Red Cross, Red Crescent fundamental principle. There are 7 of them. Actually, 4 of them later became what you know as the humanitarian principles. But I would like to talk to you about one principle in particular today. I'm sure you know which one it is. It's one that is very specific and really a core principle of the movement, is the voluntary service. Basically, it says that our work must be driven by individual devotion and commitment to humanitarian goals, rather than a desire for financial gain, prestige, social standing, or personal advancement. Basically, volunteers are the foundation of everything we do within the movement. So I know sometimes it's a bit difficult to understand how the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement is structured, but to make it simple, I'm working for the IFRC Secretariat, which means that our mandate is to provide services and support to all our members, the Red Cross, Red Crescent societies in the world. There's 191 of them. So among them, more than 16 million are volunteers. They are basically involved in all aspects of our work. And about 50% of them, and I would say without hesitation, the most active are the youth volunteers. They are literally the most valuable resources and assets, and they're really the driving force of our humanitarian assistance, whether it is by responding to crisis or to address climate change or ecosystem erosion. Let me take just a few minutes to give you just a few examples of the work of our youth volunteers in Asia Pacific. I could give a lot of examples, but I will focus just on a few of them. For example, in Fiji, the Youth Adapt program, which is one of our flagship programs, encouraged the youth volunteers not only to better understand the complexity of climate change, but also to develop and implement their own climate change adaptation plan and to conduct disaster preparedness training or dengue fever awareness campaign in their communities. In the Maldives, for example, the Maldivian Red Crescent, they also conducted the youth adapt training for youth and volunteers to better understand and mitigate the impact of floods in their community, but also through the youth volunteer mobilization in urban areas. The Bangladesh Red Crescent, BDRCS created the Youth Climate Resilience Team, or YCRT, who trained about 300 youth volunteers on climate action. Then these volunteers, they reached about 3,500 people through flash mobs and educational campaign on climate change. Last but not least, I really would like to say a few words about the Thai Red Cross youth volunteers, because I had a chance to work with many of them. For those of you in the room who were in Thailand during the COVID-19 pandemic, you must know that the Thai Red Cross play a really critical role during the crisis, particularly in providing vaccination, not only to Thai people, but also to a lot of migrant and displaced people living in Thailand. And the youth volunteers of the Thai Red Cross, they have played a key role in this action in promoting awareness for COVID-19 prevention method, in distributing masks in the community, given the right information to people, and basically to provide also moral support to all the affected residents. So I could go on in providing some good example of the, I would say, amazing work that the youth volunteers are doing in the region. Myself, I've been working for the last 20 years in disaster response in Asia Pacific, and I can say that in any crisis, the youth volunteers were always the first on the ground, and those have been working basically during my whole career. So I really would like to, congratulate and honor them today. So quite often when people think about, well, what are the Red Cross, Red Crescent youth doing? They often think about, for example, the recruitment of blood donors or maybe the fundraising campaign, but there's so much more than this. They are getting involved into learning and providing first aid, into disaster preparedness and response, health and safety promotion, mental health and psychological support, in digital humanitarian action and outreach, climate action, community service, and I could go with many, many other examples. So, last word, if you're interested and motivated, I really advise you to follow what your Red Cross or Red Crescent Society is doing in your country and get in touch with them and get involved. That would be my advice. I promise you that you will not regret it. And last, I encourage you to have a look at our Red Cross Red Crescent Youth Network. And on there, you can find all the information you need to follow what the youth volunteers are doing in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal, for sharing your valuable perspectives and for highlighting the impact of youth initiatives and humanitarian development efforts. Your contributions inspire us all to stay forward with courage. Finally, let us warmly welcome Mr. Koichi Tahara, Deputy Secretary General of Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, to share his opening remarks. We are honored by your presence and experience and community leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Koichi Tahara, on the stage, please.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, our guests, and most importantly, the young leaders gathered here today from around the world. My name is Koichi Tahara, Deputy Secretary of Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, or SHIFDEC, that promotes sustainable fisheries through regional training, research and development, and development of regional guidelines on fisheries and aquaculture-related issues. It's my sincere pleasure and honor to be here at 5th International Youth Forum in Bangkok. To see many young delegates from various countries in one room is truly inspiring. It reminds me of the incredible power that young people have, the power to innovate, to connect across the borders, and build a future that is just, inclusive, and sustainable. The key theme of this forum, empowering youth for a just, inclusive, sustainable future, reflects the important truth. For change to be meaningful and lasting, young people must be equipped with not only knowledge, but also real opportunity to take action and lead. This empowerment is essential across all sectors. Today, I want to talk about how it intersects with vital areas that connect environment, economy, culture, sustainable fisheries, and blue economy. Southeast Asian waters are blessed with abundant aquatic resources, ocean, river, lakes that provide food security and livelihood for millions of people. Fisheries are cornerstone of coastal and inland communities, supporting significant source of protein and supporting countless jobs, especially in small-scale fisheries. They are also deeply connected and linked with cultural identities and traditions. However, today, our fisheries resources are under great severe pressure like never before. Overfishing, habitat loss, coastal and marine pollution, and impact of climate change threaten fish stocks and ecosystem. For example, coastal reef, the nurseries for many fish species, are bleaching at alarming rate. Mangroves, which protect coastal line and serve as fishing breeding ground, are disappearing. These losses affect not only nature, but also well-being of people who rely on sea for their livelihood. This is where the idea of blue economy comes in. It's a concept that promotes sustainable use of marine resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and ecosystem health. The blue economy is not only about balancing use and conservation, but also open new pathway for young people to engage in sectors like sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, marine science and technology, renewable energy, and coastal and marine conservation. At SHIFDEC, we work with the government of Southeast Asian countries and Japan to support sustainable fisheries management and promote blue economy initiative. Our work includes promoting selective fishing gear to reduce bycatch and unwanted catch, improve post-harvest fish handling on board fishing vessel and at fishing port to minimize food losses and waste, enhancing data collection for better fisheries management, and strengthening regional cooperation for sharing knowledge, best practice, and transferring applicable technologies. One of the most rewarding parts of our work is seeing how youth and the community embrace innovation and stewardship. Let me share a story that shows this spirit. In a small fishing village, facing declining fishery stock, local youth refused to accept uncertain future. They organized regular coastal cleanups to tackle marine debris, learned sustainable fishing technologies, and even encourage elders and other key stakeholders to adopt them. They also use social media to raise public awareness about their challenges and solutions. Thanks to their dedications, their village became the model for sustainable coastal management and blue economy initiative. They even piloted ecotourism initiatives that celebrate their natural heritage while providing alternative incomes. This example clearly shows that youth are not waiting for change, they are creating it. Change often begins with very small steps, but with passion, creativity, and persistence, these steps can grow into waves that can transform entire communities and regions. I encourage all of you here to think about how you can contribute to sustainable fisheries and blue economy in your own country. Maybe through developing a new technology to improve fishing practice, advocating for approaches that conserve marine habitat and with sustainable utilization of fishery resources, starting community projects that reduce waste and pollution, or using digital platforms to educate and mobilize others. The possibilities are endless. Forums like this one are more than a place to exchange ideas. They are a platform for action. The, the connection you make, the knowledge you gain, and the inspiration you feel here can become the foundation for your leadership and innovation in years ahead. SHIFDEC is committed to supporting youth engagement and capacity building in sustainable fisheries and blue economy initiatives. We believe that empowering young people is not just an investment in the future. It's a vital contribution to solving our challenges and building resilient communities. As you return to your home after this forum, I encourage you to carry forward the spirit of innovation, stewardship, and collaboration. Turn your ideas into projects, inspire others to join you, and continue to learn and grow as leaders. Your energy and vision are indispensable to achieving a just, inclusive, and sustainable future for our ocean and the people who depend on them. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of our bird planet lies in your hands. Use this moment to connect, innovate, and lead broadly. SHIFDEC and many partners are now ready to walk alongside you on this journey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tahara, for your inspiring address and for showing how resilience, advocacy, and youth engagement can drive real-world change. Your dedication encourages us all to take action for a better world. As we reflect on those powerful opening remarks, we are reminded of the vision, dedication, and energy that each speaker brings us to shaping a just and sustainable future. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us today. One more time, a big round of applause to our opening speakers. We now move to a truly special part of today's program, the special address. It is my honor to welcome Ms. Christine Arab, Regional Director of UN Women Asia and the Pacific and UN Women Representative to the Kingdom of Thailand. Her work has been instrumental in advancing gender equality, women's empowerment, and inclusive policies across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a warm round of applause to Ms. Christine Arab on the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see so many of you have stayed for what is a really important panel discussion, which is gender equality. It is a much talked about topic right now, and I'm very happy to hear that. It's only when real change is starting to be felt that we start to see any type of deep reaction at a societal level. I want to thank the coordinators of this. I have been to a few of the International Human Rights Youth Forums over the years. It gives me some energy. It also is a good barometer read for UN Women to see the level of commitment towards gender equality, or not, among the youth delegates. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, colleagues, and above all, youth, good morning. On behalf of UN Women Asia and Pacific, thank you for having us here today. It is my genuine pleasure to be here, as I said, to hear more from you and how the youth movement intends to treat with gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. In recent years, throughout Asia and the Pacific, your generation has had to grapple with some very unique areas of work, some that are unfortunately pervasive and not so unique. First, the pandemic, which disrupted education, delayed access to decent work, and intensified significantly unpaid care and gender-based violence. Globally, women's labor force statistics have dropped since COVID because of the care work that they were asked to take on, and it's often in the global north where those statistics have dropped more than anywhere because of that. Second, conflict and crisis, displaced communities, which have required remarkable resilience on the part of youth, and a strong vision for a different future among you, and often without having a seat at the table to determine that future. A challenge, by the way, which women of all ages also face. Climate crisis, as the most disaster-prone region, I'll never get tired of saying that, I guess, in Asia Pacific. You are in a position, those of you from Asia and the Pacific, to teach your counterparts in the other regions about resilience, about disaster risk reduction, about mitigation, and about how communities respond. We see young people, especially young women and girls, facing heat waves, cyclones, droughts that disrupt schooling, forced migration, often vulnerable migration, unpaid and expand unpaid care when water, health, and livelihoods are strained. These shocks affect your mental health, safety, and futures, even as they drive demand for green and resilient economies. Fourth, the rise of artificial intelligence. It's rapidly transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and relate to each other. And again, it is a particular area where you as youth of Asia and the Pacific have much to teach your counterparts around the world about the fantastic opportunities that AI brings and the risks that you're experiencing and teaching my generation about very fast and which you are the experts on. They're not abstract, all of these challenges that you face. They shape our daily lives and they don't do it in a siloed manner. They're not gender neutral. Everyone is impacted by a flood. The way a young woman and a young man or a gender diverse individual face those impacts differ. Any policy that is developed that doesn't recognize that will not have the impact it intends. At times, many of the youth in these circumstances are facing an uphill battle already with their communities and who understand social norms in a particular way that restrain how you are meant to be. Youth are not vulnerable. They are the change guard, and they are the vanguard. Across our region, youth-led organizations are redesigning public services with us, driving social enterprises, shifting norms, hopefully for the better, defending rights. The real question is not whether youth leadership matters, it's whether our systems make space for it. In the lead up to 2030, UN Women Asia Pacific is prioritizing movement building with an institutional seat at the table for youth. Through our 30 for 2030, our campaign, our youth leadership network, young feminists, technologists, peace builders, and entrepreneurs are advising governments, co-designing solutions, and tracking progress. We're working to localize this model by establishing youth advisory councils and integrating youth input into national digital, AI, climate, and care strategies in particular. Skills and safety at the AI age, for the AI age. Through the UN Women AI School, we equip young leaders, especially young women, with practical, ethical AI skills, prompt literacy, bias detection, and AI for good design. Participants build real-world tools like gender-safe chatbots and inclusive learning platforms while learning to mitigate risks, protect rights, and measure impact. But we must also name the headwinds. Across our region and globally, we're witnessing a coordinated backlash against gender equality on the streets, in parliaments, and especially online. The manosphere, which is a web of influencers normalizing misogyny, justifying misogyny, amplifies harassment, doxing, and disinformation, targeting young women and allies. This isn't online drama. It chills participation, it spills into real-world harm. We respond with evidence, solidarity, and action, investing in digital safety with many governments, with many civil society, with academia, with the regulators, and with private sector. We work on media literacy, platform accountability, and survivor-centered approach. And we're engaging young men and boys as peers, creators, and coders to reject this misogyny and the online toxic masculinities and champion for equality. Care and Climate and Peace, from ideas to action, our Care and Climate Entrepreneurship Accelerator supports youth, especially young women, to design gender-responsive green solutions. From circular economy ventures, which is a complicated term, and climate data services to communicate to community-based care models that are affordable and reduce unpaid care work on young women. We connect ideas to mentors, to finance, and to procurement pathways. On women, peace, and security, we are increasingly bringing in youth, peace, and security. And in our work on women, peace, and security, cybersecurity has been a crucial aspect along with climate resilience. And young women are leading the peace efforts every day. Colleagues, 2025 makes it 30 years since the 4th World Conference on Women adopted the most progressive commitment by the member states towards women's rights and gender equality that we have ever seen. It's called the Beijing Platform for Action. There, it covers 12 key points which are relevant today and were relevant 100 years ago, and unfortunately will be still relevant 100 years from now. In conversations I have with both young women and men in the region, I see a lot of commitment, but I equally hear the phrases, you know, we've reached gender equality. That was your generation's reality. We're here now. We're at the table. You may be at the table, but your communities are not. If we look at it right now, no country in the world has achieved gender equality, and no country in the world is on track to achieve the SDGs commitments to gender equality. By our current rate of change, for a girl born today, she will be 39 years old before women hold as many seats in Parliament as men. She will be 68 years old before child marriage ends, although the survivors of it will still be here. And she will be 137 years old before extreme poverty for women and girls is eradicated. In 2023 alone, over 600 million women and girls lived amidst brutal realities of armed conflict. And that's a shocking 50% increase within that number of those who are experiencing conflict-related sexual violence. These are not old issues, and they are not the issues of my generation. They are the issues of all generations right now. Backlash is very real against gender equality, and it's been around for quite some time. It is not effective 2025 that it's been here. And so much of the statistics that we see is that some of the most extreme positions around women and men and gender diversity is among young women and men. It is not always in my generation and above. It is more often than not among youth. And it is not untangled with the broader issues that youth face, which are so stark. Employment, tackling corruption, looking for opportunity, being able to live alone without your family, without having to be married and having children all at once. All of those realities that youth constantly have to tackle, in which young men and young women have equal but different challenges within. And sometimes what manifests is the manosphere, which justifies discrimination and violence against a group. We're taking steps, all of us in this room. During the 69th session on the UN Commission on the Status of Women, UN Women launched 6 actions under the Beijing Platform for Action, which we see as crucial accelerators to achieving the vision that member states signed on to in 1995. Accelerating parity and equal decision-making in government and state institutions, putting women at the heart of inclusive and sustainable economic development and transition to green economies. Investment in comprehensive gender-responsive care systems. Development, implementation, and resourcing of national action plans to end violence against women. 5, building and bridging the digital divide. 6, increasing accountability to women and girls in matters of peace, security, and humanitarian. And across all, that youth have to be the center of that change. Your leadership is essential to bring that vision into a digital, green, and more equal future. And we have a proposal of 4 key areas of work. Hardwire youth into decision-making. It doesn't matter the decision-making body. Fund youth-led movements. These movements are not projects and they're not NGOs. They are foundational to society. Scale up skills for AI and climate transitions across all ages and socioeconomic backgrounds for both young girls and young boys and young men and women. Make digital spaces safe and inclusive. And here's our invitation as UN Women. If you're a young organizer, join 30 for 2030. If you are a student, coder, policymaker, or a creator, enroll in UN Women's AI School. If you're building climate and care solutions, apply to our accelerator. And if you are a young man, use your voice to make equality the norm. And on a side note, I would say, if I reflect on what I wished I had done differently in my last 53 years, it would be to listen more and to talk less. We may have produced the polarization that you deal with, but you may be accelerating it by the way you approach it. And to be entrenched helps no one. And we are seeing more and more statistics where young people who may have more conservative views feel they have to keep quiet about those views in order to excel in academia or in a particular workplace. And that does not help the situation. That does not help either side of that dialogue to learn. Helping women does not disadvantage men. And if we help men in a way that disadvantages women, which is what has happened in society sometimes, the whole community suffers. Thank you very much, and I'm really happy to be here for a while to hear more of what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kristen Arab, for that powerful addresses and your commitment to advancing gender equality and empowering young leaders remind us that inclusive action is not just necessary, but it's transformative. We now turn to our attention to one of the most urgent and universal priorities in achieving the SDGs, accelerating gender equality. As we gather today, we face a truth that is both undeniable and heartbreaking. Millions of girls and women around the world are still denied the basic rights to education, economic opportunity, and leadership. The clock is ticking towards 2030, and the gap cannot wait any longer to be closed. This panel, Accelerating Gender Equality Policies and Action for SDG Success, is not just about policies, it's about the lives behind those numbers. It's about ensuring every girl's right to learn, every woman's right to lead, and every person's right to dignity. Together, we will explore how governments, businesses, and civil society can act boldly and measurably to make equality a reality, not just a promise. To lead this thematic panel, I now invite our distinguished moderator, Ms. Sunika Joshi, a social and cultural psychologist and co-founder of Dafe Works, whose dedication to advancing gender parity continues to inspire meaningful change. I now invite our distinguished panelists to join us on the stage. As I call your name, may I kindly request you to come forward and take your seats. Professor Dr. Arti Aneja, Senior Assistant Professor, Delhi University. Ms. Pornafrat Pitiviros, Lecturer, School of Early Childhood Education, UTCC. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause, please. Mr. Inhyuk Su, Expert in International Law and Human Rights, Swan Sunadha, Razabhat University. Ms. Kamori Osananda, Founder of Period Talks COPE Youth Delegate. Ms. Nakhain Thazin Niwin, Manager Strategic Partnerships and Education Financing, WEDU. With that, now I am pleased to hand over the session to Ms. Sunika Joshi, who will guide us through this important dialogue. Sunika Joshi, the floor is yours.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone. It's a privilege to open this panel discussion on our second day. Yesterday, we were truly inspired hearing from powerful leaders from across the globe on topics ranging from human rights and AI to inclusive cities, governance, and education. We heard stories of impact and the need for actions from leaders, and what powerful messages those were. And what powerful keynote messages this morning. I was truly inspired to hear about AI, about gender equality, about governance, and it was a truly blissful morning. Today, we turn our focus to a theme that's both a fundamental human right and a necessary foundation for a peaceful and sustainable world. So let me ask you first, what comes to your mind when I say equality? Please shout out whatever comes to your mind when we say equality. Yes, of course. So we are talking about equality today on our panel discussion. And that's exactly why we are all gathered here. So I'm a psychologist by training, but my work and passion have always been centered on gender empowerment and the critical distinction between equality and equity. We know that when women and girls are empowered, they become powerful catalysts for change. Empowered women empower women. It's a ripple effect that transforms entire communities. And I stand before you today as a living example of that very principle. When we talk about equality, we often say we need change, we need action. But the pressing question is when, where, and how does it start? As a psychologist, I believe it starts from the mind. It starts from our behavior, it starts from our perception, and it starts from the choices we make every single day. So to explore the questions further, we are incredibly fortunate to be joined by our extremely fascinating, extremely powerful panel of experts. I've had the privilege of interacting with them over the past few weeks, and they are truly living examples of empowerment. They are leaders who are working relentlessly in their respective fields, from law, early childhood education, to feminist movements, partnership, financing, and grassroots activism to turn the ideas of sustainable development goals into reality. So to begin our conversation, I'd like to start with a personal question, because we are, at our core, the stories we carry, and it is our stories that inspire us to act. So to all our panelists, let's start with a question: what inspired your journey? What pivotal moment or passion set you on a path to this work? And let's begin with Dr. Aarti, if we can.
So first of all, before I begin, I would really like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to this august gathering, to the dynamic youth present here, and to all the distinguished panelists sharing the dais with me. And Ms. Sunika, thank you for your insightful question. So my inspiration deeply rooted in my origin. I come from Rajasthan, the largest state of India, but unfortunately also the lowest female literacy rate in the country, where only 57% of female can read and write. So this reality profoundly shaped my worldview and ignited a desire to find a tool for meaningful change. So my early career was with the top corporate houses in India, where I used to handle my many complex illegal issues. So while working there, it was quite challenging. I felt a deeper calling. And after my marriage, I made up my mind, and I made a conscious decision, not just to practice law, but to immerse myself in it completely. I pursued my bachelor, my management studies, master's, and my doctorate in law. In yesterday's session, Mary ma'am was reminded us 3 times that I'm a teacher. Right. So in a same way, this journey led me to discover my true passion, which is teaching. While a lawyer can change one case, and a law profession can shape thousands of minds. So today, I have an immense privilege teaching in the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, one of the largest faculty of Asia, where we mentor nearly 10,000 students every year. So for me, this profession is ultimate form of empowerment. The law has a unique aura. It gives you the power to sensitize people, to make them aware of their right. And where there is right, there is duty which follows. So this is the core of my motivation, to pass on that legal aura to the next generation. Thank you.
Moving on, if Ms. Ponapat could answer the same question.
Okay, thank you so much, Sunika, and good morning, esteemed guests and fellow youth leaders. My name is Ponapat Pitiviroj, and I'm a lecturer in the School of Early Childhood Education at the University of Thai Chamber of Commerce. And I'm a proud contributor to the Reducing Inequality Through Early Childhood Education, or RISE Thailand. And it's where we support our partner schools in adopting the high-scope curriculum to improve the early childhood education practices. And on top of that, I'm also a research collaborator at the Research Institute for Policy Evaluation and Design. And it's an institute founded by Associate Professor Virshat Tong. And at our research institute, we focus on providing evidence-based research to inform educational policy recommendations and especially to address inequality and inequity in our education system. So our work is driven by one powerful belief, and that is the most effective way to solve inequality is to start at the very beginning during the child's early childhood years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bonaparte. Now we'll go to Ms. Noll. If you could expand on the question.
Thank you, Sunika. My name is Noll Kaitazen Nguyen, and I go by Da, which I identify mostly with because I belong to a Karen ethnic group from Myanmar. For the past 3 years, I have been based in Bangkok and work at an organization called We Do. I'll be very vulnerable and honest with why gender equality. My lived experience as an internally displaced person, a refugee, a minority, and a woman navigating the existing systems have contributed to my resilience, empathy, agility, and my worldviews. I also have my privileges. I grew up in a family that values education and respect my sense of agency when it comes to decision making. And I have the ability to have a good command of English, which opened doors to so many opportunities. And I also grew up surrounded by so many women leaders who opened the doors for me as well. And I have allies that have shaped my journey. And all of these experiences in my early years actually fuel my passion and commitment to work in the space of gender equity, women's leadership, and sustainable solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Da, for sharing that. Now we'll go on to Ms. Kamori.
Thank you so much. So, hi, I'm Kamori. I'm from Thailand. I founded Period Talks, which is a menstrual equity initiative. We work towards educating women, young girls, and also gender diverse people about menstrual equity. But what I've talked to Ms. Unika yesterday was that I also work as a climate negotiator, and menstrual equity was actually how I started caring more about the climate. I'm going to tell you a very interesting story. So during one of our PAT drives, we were able to collect a huge amount of tampons, which was then donated to a domestic violence shelter in one of the borders of Thailand. And then I received a call from the person who ran the shelter saying, like, Kamori, thank you so much for, the pads, but the woman here can't actually use it because we don't have clean water. And that's when I realized, like, when you solve issues like gender equity, gender equality, you can't approach it as a single dimension, non-intersectional issue. And that's how I got started into climate. I cared more about the issue of water, clean water, safe toilets, and what it means for women really to exist in this reality of climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Inyuk. Could you please share your story as well?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, my name is In Hyuk So, and I work in Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities in Suansunanta Ratchapat University here in Bangkok. And I myself was born in South Korea, and I was raised there. Yeah, and the reason why I started to get to work in the gender equality issue is because my mother was the counselor for the sexual crime victims. Yeah, so thanks to my mother, I was able to get to understand the invisible glass ceilings that stops women to get to the higher position. Yeah, so I somehow understand about that. Yeah, but when I get to the university and when I get to no other male friends when I talk about this issue. Many male friends actually didn't agree about this. Yeah, as the previous speaker, Miss Christine, had mentioned, there's a big backlash. Yeah, backlash exists, and I feel like as a biological man, I also somehow understand the what kind of argument that they want to make. Yeah, so I think that's also some kind of strength for me to understand the both sides, and I define myself as a feminist, so I think it'll be good to develop the things with it. So I did my master's degree in international law and human rights in Estonia in Europe, yeah. And then now I work in the university. So although I don't teach about the gender equality directly to the students, yeah, but when I teach in the class, I include this kind of issues. Yeah.
Thank you all for sharing your inspiring stories. So moving on to the real topic of today based on your work experience. So let's start with Ms. Ponderpat. So we talk about gender, but we hardly acknowledge the importance of early childhood education and how this can lay a foundation for gender equality. So as an early childhood development educator, you mentor pre-service teachers to become change agents. So what role can young educators play in promoting gender equality and human rights through their teaching? And what training or mentoring approaches have been most effective in preparing them to become change agents?
Thank you so much for that question, Sunika. It's at the very heart of the work that we do, actually. So at our faculty, we believe that young educators are not just teachers, but they are change agents. And during early childhood, it's the period where children are forming their understanding of the world, and that includes their own identity and the roles of others. So to me, the link between early childhood and gender equality is foundational. And in fact, I think it's the best point to the most effective place to start, because we can't really wait until children are in their teens to start addressing gender inequality. By then, many of the biases are already formed and some are already deeply ingrained. So with high quality early childhood education, it allows us to be proactive and not reactive. And with our young educators, they play a crucial role in this because they can consciously create the learning environment where traditional gender roles are mitigated. And so what we do is we encourage them to use gender-neutral language when they interact with the children, and to also create play areas for young children where they are not divided by gender. So I can give you a few examples. So children are able to explore all activities, whether it's playing with dolls, building with blocks, or science-based play. In other words, there are no boys' toys and girls' toys. And so we want to allow them to develop their interests freely without the confines of traditional gender roles. We also encourage the use of diverse storybooks, because we believe that when a child sees a male nurse or a female engineer in their storybooks that they read, it broadens their understanding of what's possible for them and also what's possible for others. And most importantly, we encourage our young educators to nurture the full potential within all children. So it's important to help boys to express their emotions. And it's also very important to empower girls to be assertive and to be confident. The second part of your question, the most effective training and mentoring approaches will have to be the ones that are continuous and hands-on. So our students, they go on to do the teaching practicum, both in schools that are in Bangkok and in the rural areas. And we provide them on-site support. And we want to help them recognize their own biases in order to create a more inclusive classroom environment. And Another thing is that we also train them to be researchers. So our undergraduate students, they go into communities, they interact with families, and they are also collect crucial data, which not only informs our policy recommendations, but we believe that this process helps them to think about equality, the issue of inequality critically, and to design solutions that are based on evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ponderpot. That really shows how foundational early education is to equality. So moving on, Dr. Aarti, since you are Professor of Corporate Law and have also worked closely with major corporate groups, drawing on both your academic and industry experience, could you share your perspective on corporate governance, specifically what you see as the biggest challenges and success in advancing women's leadership within companies?
Thank you, Sonika. So, drawing from my academic research and my direct exposure and direct experience at big corporate houses in India, I can say it's a fascinating time for corporate governance in India. India is a country of diversity, and diversity is reflected in our corporate houses. We have completely revamped our substantial corporate law, that is a Companies Act 2013. And this legislation is not just a rule book, it's a complete reflection of modern corporate governance norms in India. There are one important section which exactly talk about a gender diversity or a gender equality in a boardroom. So there's one section, section 149, subsection 1 of our Indian Companies Act, which mandates women representation in boardrooms. Means every public listed company must have at least one women director in its board of director. So this provision has been a game changer, which is ensuring women representation at a top level. Apart from this, there's another very powerful section, which is Section 135 of Indian Companies Act 2013, which talks about corporate social responsibility. And India is the first country in a world where corporate social responsibility is mandatory in its true form. So, a big public listed companies means these big corporate houses will have to contribute its 2% of profit on CSR activities. And these CSR activities are enshrined in Schedule 7 of Companies Act 2013, which includes women empowerment and gender equality. So time has pushed companies to fund local programs that support women, helping prepare them for future leaders' role. And these legal mandates are only the starting point in India, which bring us to the challenges. Our biggest challenge today is moving from token compliances to a true cultural integration of gender equality in our system.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. That's very insightful, and thank you for highlighting how representation matters. So building on Ms. Daw at WeDo, you've pioneered innovative models such as income sharing agreements to help women access higher education. Could you please expand on this concept and suggest how we can expand our resources to reach more women and girls in marginalized communities?
Thank you for the question. At WeDo, our vision is to see a world where half of all leaders are women. And we approach it with 3 pillars. One is capital, the second one is community, and the third one is capability. So under the capital pillar, we provide financial support to women pursuing higher education, whether it's tertiary education or professional development opportunities. At WeDo, we recognized early on that traditional scholarships alone couldn't keep up with the growing demand of women seeking for higher education, especially in contexts where funding is very limited. And loans often come with stigma in our region, South and Southeast Asia. That's why we started introducing income sharing agreements or ISAs, not as a blanket solution, but as a flexible stopgap financing that will help women overcome critical barriers, like a missed tuition payment that might otherwise force them to drop out of school. ISAs are not new globally, but our approach is unique in the sense that we design it with the realities of women in mind. We know that career journeys are rarely linear. Women may take time off to care for their family, work part-time, or face income instability. So our ISAs are designed to adapt to those realities. And it's not just about money. We see it as a mutual commitment where they receive the funds to complete their education and also pay forward a portion of their income to enable more women to receive education as part of the community. Because every contribution tied to their income are reinvested in the program, and ISAs are paired with leadership training, mentorship, career development, because we recognize that financial hardship is not just one issue that women face. We also recognize that there are non-financial barriers that women face as well. And one woman whose story really illustrates this is Darlene. With her consent, I'm going to be sharing her story. Darlene is from rural Cambodia. She was the first in her university to attend. She was the first in the family to attend university, but partway through, she faced a financial shortfall that nearly ended her studies. Through WeDo's ISA, she was able to graduate and complete her studies in the timeline that she has expected. And what stood out to her is that ISA not just built her confidence, but also taught her budgeting skill, which is a crucial life skills for women to have, and also a sense of agency over how her future may look like. Of course, after she graduated, she started sharing her income. Like so many other women and so many other young people, during COVID, she was affected as well. So her income was cut half. But ISA is designed in a way that it's tied to their actual income. So it's not like a fixed amount that she needs to pay. So it was manageable for her to some extent. And there were periods where she couldn't contribute. But because our ISA consider these career breaks or periods of hardships, she mentioned that it was a process where she felt supported through the team and also be able to manage her finances as well. And just last month, she completed her ISA obligations, and she told us that it wasn't just the end of financial obligation, it was a moment of pride and purpose as well. As she put it, knowing that I'm now helping other women pursue their dreams, just like someone helped me, is incredibly meaningful. Today, Darlene is working to bridge the leadership gap in technology in Cambodia by managing programs for young girls and women, especially from the rural areas, just like where she came from, to pursue education and careers in technology. Her story is a very, very powerful reminder to all of us that when we invest in women holistically, not just financially, but through community and leadership support, they don't just succeed, they also lift other women and people and communities along them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Da. That was very powerful. And indeed, it's a very good example for all of us to keep in our mind. So building on to education, Mr. Inhyuk, you've taught society and politics for many years and also have a unique experience working in both military, human rights, and academia. In these sectors, what institutional reforms are most urgently needed to address gender and power inequalities?
Yeah, so in my opinion, there are two important institutional reforms to address gender inequalities. First one is absolute support to address career interruption after childbirth. when we think of the biological and physical difference between men and women, I think that only woman can giving birth is the most important biological reason. And because of this, women, after they give birth, they have to spend certain amount of time to take care of the child for example, for breastfeeding. Yeah. And this caused career interruption. Think of the people around you. When we see the many working men around you, you will hear that they want to have a child someday, but they just postpone this because they worry about the career interruption. Maybe they are financially ready, they're psychologically also ready as well, but they just postpone it because they worry that they will lose the chance to develop their career in their job. But when we think of the men's case, there is not that many men who claim that they don't want to have a children, or they want to postpone to have a children because of the career interruption. Yeah, maybe they can talk about the financial or psychological preparation, but career interruption is not the case for the men. Yeah, so taking care of kids is not only on women, and it's also not only on kids' father. It's on the society. Yeah, so if this biological difference caused the gender inequality, society should try to address this problem. So the local community and the government should support women who have children to minimize their loss or damage from the career interruption. Many countries have done many policies for this one, but there is a career interruption for sure. Yeah, so it is not enough. So I think we need more support for them. And about for first one, yeah, I think already many people have talked about this and many people agree about this one. Yeah, but second institutional reform that I would like to suggest is a bit new for everyone, is abolition of compulsory military service. Yeah. So as I have mentioned before, there's a big backlash on the policies and movement for the gender equality. Yeah. And some young men, or actually quite young men, claims that our society is already gender equal society, so we do not need any more separate policies or movement for the gender equality. And some even claim that current society is gives more discrimination on men, so our era is a women-dominated era like this. Yeah, but I do not agree with them because, as I mentioned before, there is an invisible glass ceilings, and when we see the statistics like percentage of the women in the parliament member seats or the managerial position in the companies, there's a discrimination on women for sure. Yeah, but I would like to talk about the arguments that the people who support this backlash movement. So because I'm a South Korean, yeah, I will give an example with the South Korean case. So in South Korea, young men, many young men think that imposing the compulsory military service only on men is a discrimination on men. So at the moment, more than 80% of the men serve in the military for 1.5 years. And women do not have this kind of duty. Yeah. And in many other countries, not many other countries, but in some countries also, mostly they mobilize only men as a compulsory conscription system. Yeah. So in young Korean men's eyes, they think that there is a legal discrimination on men. Yeah. And there's no legal discrimination on women. So how can we say that this is not a woman-dominated era? Yeah. So when we think of the traditional society, when the discrimination on women was more prevalent, actually many people thought men serving in the military as a natural thing, yeah, because they think men should protect the nation and women and children, yeah. But now we are in this age. Now we talk about the equality, yeah. So some young men thinks men do not have to protect the woman, and women also have the duty to protect the nation. Yeah. So if we have the volunteer military system for both gender, government will be able to recruit people from both gender who wants to protect the nation. But if we have a conscription system for one gender, in this case male, it gives certain gender role to males, and this special gender feels like they feel unfair when they see the policy for the gender equality like this. So I think in that sense, abolishing the compulsory military service can be the one step to, how to say, like persuade the backlash people who backlash about the feminism, yeah. And some people also claim that then we better mobilize, I mean not mobilize, but have a military conscription system for both genders, yeah. But I think that if the government makes everyone to do something without asking their willingness for a long time, it is a very, it's like a big restriction on the human rights. So I think conscription system itself is against the human rights. Yeah. So I think it's better to change to the voluntary military system. Yeah. So and also for this conscription system only for male itself is strictly saying that we can say that it's a gender inequality. So I think it's something that we should solve.
Thank you, Mr. Inyuk. I appreciate you adding that perspective, and I think it really deepens the context of gender inequality as well. So moving on, Ms. Kamori, climate change is both a human rights issue and an equality issue. And you have worked as a youth climate negotiator for Thailand for the past few years. So why is understanding gender climate nexus vital to climate action or negotiations? And due to limited time, I think we should keep it to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you so much for that question. I wanted to preface the conversation by saying that I won't be here without amazing women climate negotiators who've paved the way, like Sue Binias of the U.S. delegation, or Christina Figueres, who is very, very important to climate dialogues. Data shows that when women are involved in negotiations, whether it be climate or peace, especially in peace lasts longer when you see a more balanced gender ratio. Negotiations and the climate regime were built, at least for the UNFCCC, they were built around only 30 years ago. So this COP will be the 30th COP, which is something that is very new to our generation. And we see a lot of young people already impacted by the climate crisis, yet a lot of decision makers or a lot of negotiators don't really represent, that population. So it's not only about women negotiators who can ensure that peace negotiations last longer. It's also about being able to create an intergenerational dialogue where young people are constantly represented and meaningfully included in UN spaces like the Conference of the Parties or other dialogues that will concern them and already concern them. And as for gender why is understanding the climate-gender nexus vital to, policies and negotiations? Just like the pad and tampons example I showed and told you about before, no issue is a non-intersectional issue. When you talk about gender equality, women's health, you already have to be thinking about climate change and how disasters are unevenly impacting women, children, gender diverse individuals, especially in Asia Pacific and especially in Thailand. We also have to think about how women are being forced into caregiving roles or areas in which these gender norms are reinforced when these disasters happen. We also have to think about child brides and how, because of climate migration, children being sold off into, being young brides are being more prominent. So no issue is non-intersectional, being able to gauge how a single issue involves, how gender plays a role in it, how socioeconomic status plays a role in it, how education plays a role in it, is the way forward in creating meaningful dialogue and also negotiations.
That's a very powerful insight, and thank you for also talking about intersectionality. I think that's a very important topic when it comes to gender inequality. So due to limited time, and we will be taking some of your lunch time as well, because this is an important conversation. So we'll start with opening floor to our audience, and please feel free to share your questions or reflections on the things that we have talked about. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. I see a lot. Okay. So is it okay if we choose, I think we are 5 people, so 5 questions. So starting from here, if you can, yes.
So by the way, my name is Najiba, and as you're a woman and fighting towards your gender rights, so I would like to ask that, how do you see your role as a leader in empowering women who are deprived of their rights to education, speech, and their self-expression? How do you see your role? Thank you.
Is that question open for all, or you want to direct it to someone specific?
Anyone can answer it.
Thank you.
It's not direct.
So would any panelists want to take the question?
Thank you so much, Najiba, for your question. I think my role as a negotiator is, first of all, to ensure that all my international colleagues, being the member states in the UN, receive, what they're after in the climate regime. We see a lot of disproportionately impacted countries like the Bahamas, Tuvalu, countries where they will not exist or they will sink, while other countries will still exist in the face of climate change. And of course, by extension, women within those countries will also disproportionately receive these impacts. So my role is to really advocate for the spirit of collaboration. And I say this with utter commitment, because we see a lot of headlines regarding, for example, the UN plastics negotiations falling to pieces, where diplomats cannot agree to a deal. And this plastic treaty that was unsuccessful recently will witness a lot of women in the end suffering especially from small island and developing states, from the unjust impacts of climate adversity. So my role is really to ensure that my international colleagues from the member states are collaborative, and I'm able to provide what they seek and be able to reciprocate what they can provide, and hopefully the climate crisis can be exacerbated, or rather it can be elevated, because we are standing together in prioritizing women. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? So we can take 2 questions from here and 1 from here. So if you can all state your questions. Yes. There and
Okay, my name is Michael. I'm Nigerian, and when the speaker was speaking, he mentioned something about men being awkward, like the awkwardness of men when gender equality is being discussed. I mean, when there's conversations around gender equality, in my culture where I come from, the conversations around gender equality is often there's awkwardness around it. So my question is, how do we broaden how do we broaden and bring men into the conversation and promotion of gender equality, especially in cultures where traditional gender roles are dominant? How do we bring men into this conversation? So that is my question. Thank you.
we'll take 2 more questions before we go to the panelists. So the lady in white, yeah.
Good afternoon to the distinguished panelists. My name is Saisha. I'm a law student from NMIMS Bangalore, India. So my question is to Dr. Aarti, as she talked about corporate governance and Companies Act 2013 especially. So corporate governance is often regarded as the backbone of ESG practices. So in your view, how does effective governance ensures that environmental and social initiatives they move beyond symbolic commitments and remain genuinely aligned with long-term sustainability goals?
I will take 1 more question before we move on.
Thank you, Saisha, for your question.
Dr. Aarti, can we take 1 more question before?
Okay, yeah, sure.
And we'll move on to answering, yes.
I suppose education is the key for many problems in the world. So I think 130 million girls are out of school in the world. So why we cannot go with the virtual education system for the girls, because they have many problems when they are like refugees, they cannot go to school, and also they have no money and they have no safety concerns in schools or out from their homes. So I suppose the virtual education systems will be more better for the girls and the ladies in their education systems than physical is a problem for their customs or the cultures or the traditions. So I have a suggestion with the virtual education system for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. So the first question is about men in conversation of gender inequality, and another question is about effective governance. So if anyone wants to answer the first question about men in conversation of gender inequality.
Yeah.
Please take 2 minutes to answer the question.
Yeah. So, but I would like to also ask you, do you think there's no gender role, or what do you think?
Yeah, in my culture.
Yeah, in your question, yeah, but I think I want to know about your personal opinion. Yeah.
Okay, there are gender roles actually, but I think that affects the conversations around gender equality. You know, so I think that exists. There are gender roles. I believe there are gender roles. Yeah.
So I think South Korea also one of the conservative country in the past. Yeah, and I still think that it is still quite conservative country. Yeah, but as I said, like I don't think there is a gender role, and gender role eventually gives disadvantage to both gender, men and women. Yeah, so I think we should think that like there is no gender role, and we try to get to the society without the gender role. Yeah, and the reason why you give this question is I believe that you also believe that the society without the gender role is better for both gender. Yeah, so. You said you're from Nigeria, but from the conservative country, but you're Nigerian, but you already have this kind of mind, which means that I think you can persuade your friends. Yeah. So I also do like that, and it's difficult. Of course, it maybe doesn't work, but if we don't try, yeah, it will never happen. So what we just have to do is we can just casually talk about this issue when we have drinks with friends. Yeah, we can just start with the small things like this. Yeah, so I think talking about
Thank you.
this issue is important. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Inyuk. And the other question was for Ms. Dr. Aarti, if you can expand on it.
Yeah, thank you, Saisha, for your beautiful question. I'm a teacher, again, Mary ma'am. So, and I used to teach corporate law in my university. And I used to say always, to understand a thing in a very genuine way, you have to understand the thing in a layman language. So when we talk about corporate governance, etymologically, we bifurcate the term in corporate and governance, right? When we talk about governance, so governance is a very big part. If I'm talking about company, so companies are multinational company, transnational company, and sometimes a company which is bigger than a country's economic worth. And if these artificial persons are adhering the rules of ESG regime and sustainable development goals, in which SDG 13 goal, which is a climate change, and SDG's fifth goal, which talks about gender equality. So these two goals are aligned with governance, and ESG regime itself suggests it's ESG. G stands for governance. So governance is already part of that particular regime. So it's a bridge that converts sustainable aspiration of a company into an enforcement of strategy. So corporate governance, of course, is a backbone of ESG and sustainable development goals in board. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. And there was also a question about virtual education. So, Ms. Ponapat, please, let's keep it a bit.
Okay,
brief.
thank you so much for your question, and it's so great to receive a question like that, because I think we share the same enthusiasm in addressing inequality. And your question is really interesting. I think you're asking about the possibility, right, of the alternatives of having virtual education to solve and address the unequal access to education for some countries. And I think while that's interesting, but it also depends on the age as well. So I'm from the early childhood education and early childhood development field, and I know for a fact that children, especially young children, they need human interactions. They need us to be there. So the power of the educators are immensely important in playing a role in this. And I think it can be an interesting debate that, for each country, you have to find, I'd like to call it an equitable tool, right? Where different areas in the city and both rural areas can access to it. Because some parts of the country, they might not have the access or the infrastructure to do virtual education. But I think that it's probably the future. And so I can give an example of what we do at our research institute and the RISE initiatives. We try to start influencing and supporting schools to adopt high scope curriculum, so that in preschools, doesn't matter if they have limited resources, right? They can focus on that because it doesn't require costly or expensive materials at all. It's all about the role of the educators. And yeah, I think in terms of policy as well, I think a lot of times we see investment mostly in the area of infrastructure, physical infrastructure, but not so much on the training and the empowerment of the educators. So yeah, thank you again for your question.
Thank you to our incredible panelists for your stories and profound insights, for sharing your tangible work that you're doing. Your journeys are not just personal, they are a blueprint for change. So as we bring this discussion to a close, let's focus on the path forward. Let's ask ourselves what actions we can start from today, individually and collectively. And thank you all for your attention. and presence here today. Thank you.
Indeed, gender equality is the key to a fairer and brighter future and foundation for a just and inclusive world. Thank you to our coordinator and panelists for your inspiring commitment and powerful insights that bring us closer to making that vision a reality. May I now invite Dr. Mary Shuttleworth to present the token of appreciation for our panelist and moderator. Professor Dr. Aarti Aneja, Senior Assistant Professor, Delhi University. Ms. Forna Prat Pitiviros, Lecturer, School of Early Childhood Education, UTCC. Ms. Kamori Ostananda, founder of Period Talks COPE Youth Delegate. Ms. Nakhain Tajin Niveen, Manager, Strategic Partnerships and Education Financing, WEDU. Ms. Purna Frat PTV Rose, Lecturer, School of Early Childhood Education, UGCC. Last but not the least, our moderator, Ms. Sunika Joshi, CEO, Psychologist, Lighthouse Neural. Thank you so much, everyone. You may take your seats back. We kindly inform all the delegates that certificate of participation will be available for collection this evening. Please make sure to collect yours before you leave. Now we will break for lunch. Please enjoy a 1-hour lunch break, and we look forward to welcoming you back here promptly to continue our important discussions. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Hello, excuse me. May I request the upcoming panelist to come front so that we can start preparations for the session today? Yeah, Dr. Can I? Yeah, Sayani, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I know.
राँचीले गर्दा यसको त्यसको Madam, please, you cry.
Robin खोइ If you're still outside, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so we can begin shortly. Please take your seats and get settled in. We're about to begin.
Hello. Hello, hello.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you all had a very refreshing lunch. We have an exciting lineup of discussions ahead. I'm thrilled to keep the momentum going from this morning. As we continue our journey through critical global issues, we now focus on a challenge that touches the lives of millions of young people worldwide. In this panel titled Adapting Ambitions, Climate Change, Education and Career Futures for Youth in the Global South, we explore how young people can navigate these complex challenges and transform them into opportunity for growth and leadership. This next conversations bring together leaders and experts who are working at the intersection of climate action, youth development to explore how we can equip young people not just to survive the changes, but to lead in the shaping sustainable future. To guide this conversation, it's my honor to introduce our moderator who has been instrumental in bringing together experts and advocates dedicated to addressing these complex challenges. Moderator, Mr. Anis Resta, Executive Director, Youth for Environment Education and Development Foundation, YFID Foundation. A big round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Anis Resta. Our distinguished panelist, Dr. Chayanis Kritasudacheva, Deputy Director, Stockholm Environment. Big round of applause for our panelists. Mr. Liam O'Connor, Sustainable Urban Development Section, UNSCAP. Applause, please. Mr. Amrit Devkota, Director, Ideas International, Nepal. Mr. Omer Paul, Research and Global Advocacy Manager, ILGA Asia. Dr. Avay Sagar Means, Assistant Professor, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, India. Last but not the least, Advocate Barrister Rijwana Yusuf, Supreme Court, Bangladesh. With our panel assembled, I hand over the floor to our moderator, Mr. Anis Resta. We have a very limited time. I hope you wind up it in like 1 hour. So, Mr. Resta, over to you.
Hello. Thank you, Sakshi, for this warm introduction of everyone today presenting in our panel. Good afternoon to the House, and very privileged today to moderate and to facilitate our very latest panel. So I would say that because the topic today is very emerging topic of the discussions in the today's world. So as we know, the climate change is one of the biggest threat of the humankind, and also posing a threat to our human rights, to our environment, to our sustainable development efforts. So we need to get all our efforts inside it. And as a young people, we have been facing emerging challenges of these the mentioned points to the world. So we need to all have our efforts get ready and also to the ground so that we can save the planet from the threat of climate change. So as the young people, our major work when we are young are to pursue our education and future. That is also is on the verge of latest threat from the climate change. So we'll try to address, so how as a young peoples we are having a big impact from the emerging threat of climate change, and how as a young people we can try to combat it from our energy, efforts, and also to be savior of our future and to our home Mother Earth. So the topic for today and the subject of our discussion will be the adapting ambition, climate change, education, and career future for youth in the global south. So I welcome everyone once again to our session today. So as we begin our session, so I have a panel of very experience on their specific topic and work distinguish our panelists. So we have 5 panelists with us, and we will be also guided by the technical expertise of one of my a known colleague, Mr. Amrit Dekpota, so as he will be delivering some technical insights and input to our session today. So let me introduce our panel and also our speakers today. We have from the land of amazing Thailand and also amazing smiles, Dr. Tayanis Krita Sudachiva, the Deputy Director of the Stockholm Environment Institute Asia Center. So let's give a round of applause for her. And thank you, Madam, for your high presence today. So next is Mr. Liam O'Connor, representing our host institution, UNCC. He's the Associate Urban Climate Change Specialist, Sustainable Urban Development Section, United Nations ESCAP, and also based in Bangkok, Thailand. So let's give applause for him as well. And to make our panel inclusive and representation of the intersectional gender issues, so we'll have Mr. Omar Paul, Research and Global Advocacy Manager, Asian Regional International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex Association, ILGA Asia. He's also based in Bangkok, Thailand. So let's give him applause for his presence today. And representing the educational and academic institutions today, we'll have Dr. Abhay Sagar Mins, Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, Jharkhand, India. So let's give applause for him as well. And last not the least, we'll also have our legal expertise delivered today by Barrister Rizwana Yusuf, Advocate, Supreme Court of Bangladesh, and also she's also a very known human rights activist there. So let's give an applause for her as well. Thank you, everyone, once again, to be in our panel and to share some of your expert-guided inputs and thoughts to this emerging topic, and also to have amazing interaction with our amazing delegates and participants in this STEAM hall today. So let's begin with our discussion with some technical sharing, and also what this topic is all about, and how, as a young peoples, we have been affected by the climate change, and how, as a young people, we can be a savior and as well be a survivor out of it, because climate change is not only about the change, but also to adapting to the change. The climate change will be here, so we also need to combat as well as adapt to these effects, as we don't have another planet and also have another option. So we need to get our efforts inside that, so that we can have this planet going forward, if not backward. So I would like to welcome from the mountainous Nepal, Mr. Amrit Dekpota. He is the Director of Ideas International, renowned think tank and research institution based in Nepal. So I would like sir to deliver technical remarks, giving us technical highlights and insight into the topic of and the main title of this session today. So I would like to request him to proceed and to give his expert guidance to our session today. And I will also request him to be within the time frame of 5 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Thank you, Anis. Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and most importantly, the vibrant youth from all around the globe. It is a privilege today to stand before you in Bangkok at the gathering that could not be more timely than this. We meet at a moment of both crisis and opportunity, at the crossroads where climate change collides with education and the future of young people. Too often, climate change is spoken of in abstract terms as a melting ice, rising seas, storms on the horizon. But for us, it is a lived reality. It is schools turned into the ovens during heat waves. It is dreams cut short by the invisible toxins in the air. It is a career choices shrinking before they even begin. It is not only an environmental issue, but it is a human rights crisis and economic crisis too. Every school closed by the extreme heat is an attack on the right to education. Every child and young people kept at home by hunger from climate-induced disasters, climate-damaged farms, suffers a blow to dignity and potential. Every family displaced by the flood or storms faces an assault on their rights to safety and a future. The numbers are sobering. In South Asian context, tens of millions of students and young people have already faced interrupted schooling due to extreme weather. In Nepal, the avalanches have swept away the entire Himalayan habitats. And in Bangladesh, recently we have heard about classrooms being submerged by the floods. And here in Bangkok itself, the smog has grown so dangerous that schools were forced to close and dust-free classrooms had to be set up. These are not minor disruptions. They show how deeply climate shocks are dismantling the education system. When disaster strikes, it is not only the building that collapses, it is the future of young people. Teachers and students fall sick, learning halts, parents are forced into the impossible choices. This casualty is not just the lessons missed, but the opportunity deferred. And yet, within the crisis lies the resilience and the potentiality. Imagine an education system where climate literacy is not a side note, but the foundation of young people, where sustainability is woven into the maths problem, where resilience planning is taught in the social sciences, and where vocational education and training equips young people to the renewable energy, sustainable farming, and green technologies and skills. This is not only education for the survival alone, it is education for the transformation of this generation and the whole global world. It is how we forge green futures and career pathways. These challenges are immense, yes, but so are the opportunities. The global green transition is expected to create millions of jobs in the renewable energy sector, sustainable cities, climate-smart agriculture sector, circular economies, green entrepreneurship, and many more. These are not distinct possibilities. They are careers already taking shape from the young people, and yet across the global south, youth face a dangerous gap. Classrooms remain heavy on theory, while practical training and access to the tools are limited. Young entrepreneurs dream big, but without financing and supporting policies from the countries, they are still struggling to materialize their ideas. And too often, migration becomes only the problem. If we close this gap by aligning education with real career pathways and matching words with action, we can turn uncertainty into resilience and delusionment into the determination. Let me be clear, this transformation cannot be designed by youth alone. It must be designed by the youth. Young people are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today itself. They bring insights, creativity, and the urgency that static policies cannot bring. When young people co-create climate strategies from education to disaster resilience, they do not just bring voices, they bring solutions. The responsibility, however, is shared. Government must invest in climate-resilient schools, infrastructures, and build education system that can endure shocks. Education institutions need to innovate, create flexible interdisciplinary programs that reflect climate realities and community needs. The private sector must also step forward, offering meaningful traineeship or skills, green jobs, and financing to support youth-led entrepreneurship strategies. And civil society, together with the young people and their networks all around the globe, must keep us accountable, ensuring that policy and programs are not only made for young people, but with them together. We stand at the moral crossroad now. Either we allow disruption to define our youth, or with diminished opportunities and deferred dreams, or we commit here and now to the climate smart education, to the green career pathways, and youth-led policy thinking. Let us not allow melting ice to become a metaphor of melting dreams, metaphor of melting hopes. Let us not allow smoke to erase the ambitions of young people. Let us not allow rising seas to the drawn determination. Let us act instead with imagination, with courage. Yeah, let me finish it now. Imagination and courage with the conviction and their knowledge. So the future depends on what we do in the present. The present is now, and the responsibility is ours, and the future, our shared future, is ours to build and together. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Amrit Devkota, sustainable development expert and founder of Ideas International, a policy think tank from Nepal, for his warm and facilitating technical ideas to be delivered here, and all of us to be guided by his tremendous knowledge and ideas on the climate change and the future of the youth, how it is bars on extinction due to the climate change. As I always say, climate change is not only melting our ices or glaciers or mountains, but it's also melting our futures as a young people. So we need to be acting fast, and we need to save our planet from this emerging threat. So going forward, so it's not only that we say how climate change is going forward, it's also through the well-studied impacts by research studies from a lot of scholars and also the young people themselves. So a recent study from my colleague, she did in Nepal. May I have the slide, please? Oh, yeah, so we have a recent study on the impact of climate change and career pathway choices of youth in Nepal by one of my colleagues, Sonika Podel, as she studies with the Virginia Tech in the Virginia, US. So it also concluded through the quantitative survey and interview with the young students in Nepal that the climate change is shifting the patterns of the youth educational choices and the careers. So starting from the effect, so can I have down please, the shifting pattern of their choices to be determined by the impact of the climate change, not by their own choices or their own aspirations. So they are shifting interest from the agriculture to the other climate or other educational pursuit that is not so much will be impacted or is not related to the environment. So that is also a very bad effect of the climate change. And also this is triggering the already getting worse problem of migration also. So climate youth migration is also being happening due to the climate change. So this is not only as we say, but it's proven through the study and research by young people themselves and also by our scholars and academicians. So we need to going forward and to raise our voice, raise our action and raise our efforts to come back to the climate change. So I have honor today to also have the representation of the Stockholm Environment Institute, a very well-known and renowned policy environmental institute that is also regionally headquartered in Bangkok, Thailand. And I also had the privilege with working with this esteemed Stockholm Environment Institute and collaboration. So I have Dr. Chayanis Kritasudachiba. So she is the Deputy Director of the Stockholm Environment Institute Asia Center and affiliated researcher with the Stockholm with the Sustainable Environment Research Institute at Chulalongkorn University. And she specializes in hydrology, water resources, engineering, and integrated water resource management, climate change adaptation, youth engagement, and sustainable development. Dr. Chayanis, considering the challenges posed by climate change in global south, how can youth-centered climate adaptation and resilience strategy be developed to safeguard education, career pathways, and future opportunity for young people, especially those from the vulnerable communities? Could you share an example from Asia's initiative where youth engagement has driven meaningful climate action or policy outcomes? So I would like to address her this question, and you have only 2 minutes, for the time frame.
Thank you very much, Anit. So I just want to really emphasize that at SCIs, we don't see the youth only the beneficiaries, but they're actually active agents of change. In these pictures, you see that we have the youth and we have the more senior expert and others. So we are together. So any strategy that we focus on the youth and to help with the adaptations, we should make sure that it's really built in the capacities, empowerment, inclusions, and policy engagement. So there are, I would like to say, many strategies that we really can empower the youth, but I want to highlight 3 strategies. The first strategy is we have to really think about capacity development opportunities that really targeting to individual and with the mentoring support. Under the Mekong, Thought Leadership and Think Tank Network, we provide 32 fellowship grants hosted in the organizations that really work on the think tank as really advising the policymakers. This gives first-hand opportunities for those individuals to really understand what really matters. And the youth should be part of the knowledge, co-productions and solutions. Why? Because they actually can reflect the voice, their opinion for the generations that need to live in the society and in the futures. And they actually can give us their alternatives, options, and solutions that be out of the box, In here, SCI supported the Sustainable Mekong Research Network and engaging with more than 200 researchers. Among them, 87 researchers are young professionals. They actually engage with more than 30 projects that tackle with really critical issues on ground. And the third strategies we have is we should make sure that the work not stop at one project and the end. We need to think about how this knowledge, sharing and build on really asset within the youth themselves could really share among the peer by building a youth network, to have really peer-to-peer learning and also leadership trainings among them. And in here, within a few years, 3 years, we actually have very much bottom-up approach in building the network. Now we have more than 248, members who really have passions on environmental sustainability, climate change adaptation that work together across the country. So here, just to show really our champions representing the country, and they actually got in the positions because of elections among the members. We have at least 2 members in each country to be the node of the youth in each country. What are the impacts? Anish asked us, do you have any tangible impact? And I'm very proud to say we actually monitor impacts. And the first one, very important, is what really changed in individual. So through this process, we listen to the story. Tan tell us that she feels more confidence. She actually worked with the friends in Cambodia. She's from Vietnam. She's developed the proposal. She raised the fund. She really made the voice of people in 2 countries heard through her research project. And she got the small funds, and she's so proud of it. The impact too is those groups in more than 200, they actually say that, okay, 1 minute. Okay, so they want to share what they have learned to other peers. Among 2-3 years, we already have 7 forums led by the youth. They tell the first-hand story and their expertise, and really listen, and we're so proud of them. Impact 3 is what really changed to the society those youth contributed. I'm so proud to talk about one project that we have young professionals and the youth engaged in the research. It helped inform the development decisions in the municipality, and because of really so active, so communities, it appealed to the central government. The Thai government decided to put 1.5 billion investing in these municipalities because they really see the powers of youth, women, and local communities, local government together. And last one is the youth work and actions, empower and enhance transboundary water cooperations across 6 countries. There's always often sensitive issues that one cannot deal with. But the youth, because they have the pure heart, they have the friends, they actually tell the leaders that what they want to see as a long-term vision of their home in the Mekong, the home of 6 countries. And last slide, I'm asked the wisdom of one of the youth in our network, what your advice? She said, she wants to tell everyone, opportunity may come at any time. So please be always curious, please always brave, and please always be learning. And then in one day it's your time, and then you will grasp opportunity to shine and grow. So let's celebrate and let's continue to support them together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sayanis, for your amazing remarks. So as we see, the climate change is having rising impacts, so we need rising efforts to combat it. So going next, we have the presentation of our host institution, United Nations ESCAP, represented by Mr. Liam O'Connor. He's associate urban climate change specialist here at the UNCC and based in Bangkok. His work focuses on integrated urban climate action for climate resilient cities. Mr. Liam O'Connor, as we see the impact of climate change is rising and it's going next level to impact the youth with their education and careers. So given your experience in sustainable urban development and youth empowerment in the Asia Pacific region, how can cities and local governments in the global south better integrate climate adaptation strategy into youth education and career pathways to ensure resilient and sustainable future? So over to you for your expert insights and guidance to this hall today. Thank you.
Thank you, Anish, both for your question and as well to all the organizers for this opportunity to have this conversation today. For youth in the global south, we know that climate change is not a distant threat, but it is a present reality. A reality that requires us to adapt not only to the impacts of climate change, but also to a transitioning economic model. This green transition is not a burden, however, but a massive opportunity, one that's expected to bring approximately 180 million new jobs to the region by 2050. Currently, however, the workforce is not fully ready for this transition, as over 20% of youth in the region are not in employment, education, or training. There are significant gaps in STEM education, and skills are often poorly aligned with sectoral needs. So what can we do then? Well, I'll start first with cities. So local governments need to integrate youth into governance, right? They need to ensure that young people have a formal role in decision-making processes, institutionalizing youth participation through youth climate action councils or dedicated seats on existing councils. Cities can also earmark dedicated municipal budgets for youth-led initiatives and allow young people to manage these funds directly and build important skills in doing so. Next, cities need to invest in capacity building. They need to provide training and resources for young people to develop the skills that they need for their green jobs. This should also include partnering with educational institutions on projects to give practical hands-on experience to the youth as well. And lastly, cities need to create green career pathways. So they need to create and promote paid trainee and internships for young people to build a green talent pipeline. Now, while I know your question specifically asks what cities can do, I would be remiss not to mention some things that youth can do to empower themselves. The first thing they can do is cultivate their green skills. And they can do this by pursuing education in the fields of environmental science or STEM in general, seeking out opportunities for practical experience, whether that's internships, volunteering, or working with environmentally conscious organizations. And since this is a lifelong journey, also commit to continuous learning. The next thing they can do is advocate for their futures. So young people shouldn't just wait to be invited to the table, but should actively seek out opportunities to engage with your local governments and ensure that your perspectives are reflected in decision making. Now, lastly, I'd like to end by highlighting the power of partnerships. So there is a popular idea that we need to pass the torch to the next generation to solve the climate crisis. But couldn't we achieve a lot more if we worked on the same team? The truth is we have a generation of experienced leaders with the knowledge and resources to make a massive impact. So our job as young people is not just to wait for our turn, but it's to partner with them and use our collective ambition to drive change. So to the youth in the room and elsewhere, I encourage you all to use opportunities such as this forum to engage with a wide variety of stakeholders, partner with them, and turn your ideas into concrete actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liam, for your wonderful statement of how cities can shape the adaptation and mitigation of the efforts to the climate change. And as we know, climate change is changing ourselves, our developmental patterns. So we need to simultaneously mitigate the climate change effort as well as to adapt, as we don't have another choice. Going next, we have also the representation of diverse gender sector with us today, represented by Mr. Omar Paul from ILGA Asia. So Mr. Omar Paul, he has completed his master's degree in human rights studies at the Institute for Study of Human Rights at Columbia University in New York, USA, and he focuses on the interrogation of what factors drive and enable economic and social exclusion of sexual and gender minorities in Pakistan. So Omar is currently the Advocacy and Research Manager with ILGA Asia, which is a leading organization on UN human rights and sustainable development advocacy, research, and capacity building initiatives. Omar, as you have expertise on the gender sector, and also considering your work on advocacy and youth engagement for LGBTIQ rights and people in Asia, how can inclusive policies and programs ensure that climate change education, career guidance, and future opportunities are accessible and equitable for all marginalized and vulnerable youth in the global South? So we will be pleased to hear your thoughts on this question, and as well as your work on LGBTI peoples and how climate change is affecting them. Over to you, and please try to address us within 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Anish. And thank you for having me and inviting me and ILGA Asia to contribute to this really important conversation. And thank you to the previous speakers who have kind of really captured what I was going to offer with respect to how can these policies be more inclusive. And it really relied on all the points they made. But so I actually want to take a moment to kind of not be redundant and repeat some of the things that were already said, but just a quick introduction to ILGA Asia. We are the Asian region of the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex Association, which is ILGA World, which is based in Geneva. We have 200 plus members from Lebanon to Timor-Leste. Pacific Islands are under the geographic purview of ILGA Oceania. So we deal with continental Asia. It's a pretty big, we're the biggest ILGA region. A lot of issues happening in this continent. I think we have the youngest, we're the youngest continent. Might be, I have to double check. But yeah, I think, like I said before, at the risk of sounding too redundant, I just wanted to say that, you know, we're sitting behind these ivory walls, very privileged, and we're all coming from different backgrounds, but to even be in this space is a privilege. And, you know, in my humble opinion, I just have a feeling that what gets said here doesn't necessarily translate to change on the ground. We have these beautiful policies, these beautiful frameworks that we all work in, and rightfully, we should be working with them. We should be claiming them as our own. But is it really translating to the change that we want to see? And I just want to pose to everyone in the room, how can we talk about youth, at least within my geographic purview, right? Because youth have many intersecting identities. They're minority groups. They constitute differences in socioeconomic class and backgrounds, and obviously, of course, sexuality and gender. There are many youth who are living through conflict and crisis as well. How can we talk about youth and inclusive policies for education and climate change education in a place like Gaza and the West Bank when the actors around the world are aiding and abetting that genocide and occupation? These are the same actors that we're courting to talk about these policies. How can we talk about youth in a place like Myanmar when the actors, again, that we're courting to talk about these policies and to negotiate these policies are aiding and abetting the junta? How can we talk about youth in Bangladesh, for example, who rose to lead against the corruption in their government and who are now not being able to permitted to go back to university, or who won't go back to university because they don't trust the institutions? How can we talk about LGBTI youth in the US without talking about the incredibly well-funded and well-resourced anti-rights and anti-gender actors that are steadily eroding rights protections, not only in the US, but all over the world? That includes in health and education systems. So I just want to set that tone, right? Because it seems almost insurmountable what we're up against in this day and age. And that is, again, rampant fascisms, rampant anti-gender, unchecked anti-gender, anti-rights actors. So yeah, I don't want to make it sound so bleak, but this is kind of what we're up against, right? And this is what the youth are going to inherit going forward. So the short answer to the question, now I get to the answer, is basically everything that was said before, which is meaningful consideration of youth voices and youth-generated data in policy implementation. And where does that data go? Where do those conversations happen? They happen here at ESCAP. They happen nationally in the local commissions for nationalization around, well, in the SDGs, for example, in other human rights spaces nationally. So what does that mean with respect to research and advocacy? I think given the presentations that were, the information that was offered before, you all already doing the advocacy. You have the research methodologies at your fingertips. You have the data. So what's missing? I guess that's the question I want to pose to everyone else. What's missing? If we have all this data, we have this research, we have access to policy spaces, what's missing? Is it political will? So I think also conceptually it's important to understand the nexus between gender issues, SOGIESC issues. SOGIESC is sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, and sex characteristics, and how these things intertwine or intersect with climate disasters, natural disasters, humanitarian issues. Typically, with groups that are experiencing a lot of marginalization, like LGBTI youth, the upshot is that they don't have access to the systems and the institutions that are supposed to help them in cases of climate disaster or humanitarian responses. So this is an inclusion question with respect to humanitarian responses. The three main takeaways are ensuring that youth have access to and are included in policy design, implementation, and follow-up review, that their perspectives are intersectional and account for other minority statuses, socioeconomic statuses as well, eliminate all discriminatory laws, policies, and social practices that could impede this access and inclusion, and build the capacity and support youth-led organizations and communities to conduct research to the end of producing qualitative and quantitative data in many cases, which can directly be linked to the indicators of the SDGs. So those are the three main takeaways, and this is the end. The subjective experiences and stories of youth, meaning all of you in the room, and other marginalized groups should necessarily inform human rights and sustainable development policy design, implementation, and follow-up and review. And if they're not, we have many things to still work on. So I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Omar, for your very thoughtful idea and also your experience on the LGBTI people and the title of today of how the gender sector is also being affected by the impacts of the climate change. And as we know, we all need to get our efforts guided by data and research. So that's the way forward in this modern world. So we also have the representation of the academic sector today, because as our subject talks about the educational and career impacts on the youth by the climate change. So we have that expertise to be shared with us by Dr. Abhay Sagar Means. So he served as an assistant professor in the PG Department of Anthropology of the Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee University, formerly Ranchi College, Ranchi, Jharkhand, India. And he brings his 14 years of teaching experience to the academic sector. And Dr. Mins has furthered his academic pursuit by completing his doctoral thesis on emerging patterns of migration from tribal Jharkhand from the Ranchi University. As we know, climate change is also fueling climate youth migration. So that will be also great to hear from him on how climate change is also fueling the climate youth migration, and what trend have you seen in Jharkhand. So your question is, Dr. Mins, how can higher educational institution and academic research contribute to climate change adaptation strategies that support education, livelihood, and career opportunities for youth in the global south, while ensuring that local knowledge and community-driven solutions are meaningfully incorporated? So Dr. Mins, please to you to share your thoughts, and please by 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Anish. Johar, Namaskar. I'm an Adivasi and indigenous of India. For we Adivasis and tribals, it's very symbolic to start anything auspicious by revering our ancestors. Recently, we lost our biggest national socio-political hero, tribal leader, Dishom Guru. Dishom means leader of the land. Dishom Guru Veer Shibu Soren. May long live his glory and valor. Coming down to climate change and indigenous community and the higher educational institutions, the world at different international forums have been discussing the way out. And one of the biggest discussion and the importance and it's most significant is also learning from the indigenous way of life. So since Anish has been heckling me for past 20 minutes to wind up in 2 minutes, so based on my research studies, I'll just quote 2 examples. These may sound like an analogy, but it may be a grand message for all of you. In tribal communities who are mostly dependent on forests, whenever they procure forest produce like timber, they never uproot the trees. In my community, they cut it down just below the chest level. So they are not uprooting it. What does this symbolize? This symbolizes we are giving another opportunity the tree to flourish again within 6 months or a year. Unlike if we uproot and we plant another tree, it may take years to grow. Yesterday, I saw one of my sisters from Indonesia, indigenous girl. I don't know if she's around. So there is a cultural ritual prevalent among the Indonesians. Basically, the tribe called as Orang Rimba. Whenever a child is born, the umbilical cord, when it is detached, the family does small rituals and places that umbilical cord beneath a plant or a tree. And the person who is the newborn, he has a duty to revere and protect that trees with his life until he is alive. So these are small rituals. Thirdly, before I wind up, there is a provision of the family name among tribals or the indigenous community of using which we call totem. My totem is Mins. So it is not only about the tribals keeping the family name, only the living things. They sometimes name iron ores, sometimes the mountains, sometimes the rivers. So whenever a particular community, a tribal community who has a family name or surname named after a particular entity, they have to revere it, they have to protect it. So this is a kind of invention or the ritual that is being followed by the indigenous community, I think almost worldwide. So making climate change or mitigating it, this is one of the important factors which you have to look upon instead of going like plant trees, plant trees, plant trees. At times, knowledge beyond books are also very important. And winding up, since Dr. Mary has hammered us very hard, that speak for your rights. And Mr. Anish being a very good friend, I just say, brother, you have been speaking more than us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mins, for your thoughts and academic research to be shared with us. So going next, we have our female human rights advocate from Bangladesh, Barrister Rizwana Yusuf, who works at the Supreme Court of Bangladesh as a advocate and also as in the renowned human rights field in Bangladesh as a human rights advocate. So we have her to have some of her legal expertise and also legal provisions regarding the climate change impacts and how it is being to be addressed in so that we are at the center of combating climate change. So the question to you, Yusuf, Madam, in light of ongoing climate impacts and socioeconomic challenges, what innovative approaches or cross-sector collaboration between academia, civil society, governments, and international agencies can be adopted to ensure sustainable and inclusive future for youth in the global south? So over to you, and also I would request you to be in 2 minutes time frame. Thank you.
Good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. Honorable Chairman, my fellow panelists, distinguished guests, organizers who really worked so hard to make this event a success, and most importantly, the dynamic youth leaders present here. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity and sharing the platform with you all. The question been asked to me regarding that what dynamic we need to adopt. If you ask me from the legal perspective, I would rather, my answer will be from a citizen of Bangladesh, a mid-age citizen, because I want, or we want, or globally we want that youth should come forward. But this statement cannot work independently. You have to educate them. You have to empower them. You have to give them the platform to enhance their knowledge and skill. Like Asians youth, they face climate challenges, economic pressure, and gaps in access to education, their rights, and governance. But they're the change maker, and they're the greatest strength of every country. They're creative, they're resilient, and determined to shape their future, means our future. Youth are not just the beneficiaries, they're agents of change, as mentioned, and to unlock their potential, we must create inclusive platforms with international organizations, with government, civil society, and universities. And this collaborative approach will help us to empower them. And this will also help us to encourage them and enhance their knowledge regarding the green skill. We need to give them, provide opportunity for green education, green skill, providing access to quality education and training in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, digital innovation, and environmental leadership. And in addition, we have to empower them on green economy and livelihoods, policies that expand opportunities for youth in clean energy, circular economy, and climate resilient sectors. Youth can guarantees in climate and energy transition, retraining, through retraining, entrepreneurship, support them and allow them and for meaningful participation with the seniors. Youth participation in governance, ensuring their voices are heard in climate councils, urban planning, and policy making, because rights without representation remain incomplete. Asians' youth are not the problem, they are the solution. By empowering them through green education, skills, economic opportunities, and inclusive platforms, we can ensure a sustainable, fair, and truly inclusive future. Before I conclude, I want to highlight what Ms. Mary Shuttleworth told us, like education, education, education. We need to educate them. One of my fellow panelists said, gave us the Bangladesh example. No, youth are not frustrated. They want everything auto. They want auto pass from university. They want auto license in the high court to practice. They want everything ready-made, which is not very fruitful or which is not beneficial for a country, for them as well. So they have to come forward with the mindset that we need to work hard, we need to learn, and then we can help ourselves as well as the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister Madam, for your insights. As we know, we need sustainable education and sustainable efforts to combat the educational and career impacts on youth by climate change. So we have all our esteemed panelists already delivered their opening statements and remarks regarding the topic today. So we have our delegates and audience with us to share their questions and their some of the inquiries regarding the topic and how what issues they are seeing on the topic by themselves as a youth representative. We have the floor open. So if you have any questions, I would really like to take them. But we can only take limited due to the time restrictions. So yeah. So yeah, over to the guy.
Thank you very much, Excellency and delegates. So please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rungrod Tatiya Wungviwat. I'm a representative from the Peace Developer, a youth network and initiative in Southeast Asia. Currently, we are working on peace building on the youth level between Thailand and Cambodia. And so we experience our firsthand that youth often face a dilemma between personal career ambitions and contributing to sustainability goals. So what practical framework exists to reconcile these tensions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so one more question by maybe a girl. So I can take only one question. Yeah, the lady. But please be specific to question. 1 minute.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Lovable Princesito Makin from the Philippines. And I myself am a concerned fellow in terms of actually attaining sustainability and combating climate change. But the sad reality is that I have observed that a lot of businesses, whether it's initiated by the youth or not, tends to follow ways that seem to be more practical, regardless of it being sustainable or not. Now, how do we actually encourage them to believe that good economic standing can go hand in hand with global green transition?
Thank you for your question, and I'm very sorry as we have limited time, we could not take more questions. So I would like my esteemed panelists to address 2 questions and also deliver their closing remarks and statements to the panel and to the topic today. So one by one we will go. So we'll start with Omar Paul, but please, we only have limited time, so we can only give 1 minute each to the panelists. So within your 1 minute, please give your wrap-up statement. Thank you.
Sure. I think I'll take the question on the SDGs framework and the tensions that may exist. If I heard the question correctly, there was some issues with the SDG implementation and something else that was going on. But I think what I can try to circle back to the points I was trying to make in my presentation earlier is that what youth can do, and this is actually a program and or activity that ILGA Asia does, is work around the indicators for the SDGs to use that as a framework for you to inform your research, inform the data that you're producing. If you have networks that you work with, you can actually take specific indicators of the SDGs and use that as a base for questionnaires that you then disseminate during focus group discussions. You really get a lot of rich information from that directly feeds into the follow-up and review of the SDGs. So that's one way, even if your governments aren't doing anything around the SDGs, if they're saying that, oh, we engage civil society and we include them in the VNR, but your input isn't getting in, or for whatever reason, you can use this research as the basis to produce alternative reports, much like the shadow report idea that the Human Rights Council has, or that groups doing human rights work do for various processes. So that's one way to adapt the SDG framework, or to use it very technically with the indicators, and then to turn that into what I alluded to before as a survey that can accrue qualitative information on the SDGs that really tells the stories of the people that you're working with, and those stories then should inform policy. So I'll stop on the SDG stuff there.
Thank you, Omar. So next, Lime O'Connor. Sir, please keep your thoughts in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I will admit that I feel like I might not have the best answers to some of these questions, but I'd like to try to answer one here at the back. And that is, for businesses to really follow through with the type of actions that we're looking for, and that that a lot of them say they want to go ahead with, is I think we really need to focus on strong legislation and enforcement of that. We see it a lot in many countries where legislation is taken really seriously and is followed up on, and I think that there is one of the key ways to keep businesses on track and ensure that their practices follow the frameworks that the countries are aligned with. But yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Lime. So over to Dr. Chinese within 1 minute.
Thank you, Kun Longlod, and also Shan Scatter, for your question. So I want to maybe respond you in combinations. I think we have the responsibilities to really show the real stories of what actually might be possible. Like we can actually meet the objectives of environmental sustainability, and also can achieve kind of good business responsibility and also outcome. I think nowadays we are kind of in the world of, linking closely together to social medias and stories and so much fake news. How can ourselves here, not only senior expert, adult, but also youth, school teachers, help each other to really tell the story, the real story, that good heart people, good intention on the work can create good outcome, not only to the society, but to their own individual and their family, to inspire the others by the real stories, and to appreciate the others if they're successful. So that's always things I tell my sons, that to look at good examples, not only maybe not all examples within the house, but we should bring him or her to see the real size of the life beyond the screen and beyond the school. So that's the message from myself as a mother. Thank you.
Thank you. Message from mother to protect our Mother Earth. So that's very important to hear that as well and as well as implement it. So now next to Dr. Abhay Sagar means to have your closing remarks by 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, so my message would be, since we, in the last decade itself, we have entered the point of no return. So whatever good we do to the Mother Earth, it would be very, very challenging to reclaim, to save her, right? So we need to stop the blame game. What the government did, what we didn't do, etc., etc. Basically, what I intend to say is that instead of pointing things, let's introspect. Did we do our part? Are we doing it? What changes did we make? This has to be very, very important. I think all the youths who are present here carry back home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't only need to carry the knowledge from this STEAM hall today, but also to carry the, our energy and action back home to combat the climate change and its effects. So at the end, we have again Barrister Rizwana Yusuf with us. So please give your closing statement within 1 minute. Thank you.
If we talk about the documentation, no, we need to talk about awareness education. So empower youth, equip them with green skills, and give them the opportunity to share the table, to share the platform. Because when youth lead, the future leads with them. And allow them to learn about the mitigation and adaptation for climate change for building a better future for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to build our common future together, and we don't have time to waste. We need to act now, and it's not late, but we will be late if we not act now. So let's act our efforts and our aspiration to combat climate change and to protect our aspiration, education, and our futures. So I thank all our esteemed five panelists and also our technical expert, Mr. Amrit Dekota, for their high presence and their guiding statement and their knowledge to this important topic today, and also thanks organizers for giving this opportunity to share with you all and to reflect on the topic today. And we will be outside if you have more questions, as we didn't have time to take much. So I wrap up my panel, our panel today. And at the last, can we have Mr. Amrit Deputa also come on the stage with his name card and have a photo, just that. And
thank you to our moderator, Mr. Anis Resta, and to all our distinguished panelists for sharing your insights and guiding us through these vital discussions. May I now invite Dr. Mary Saralworth to appreciate our panelists and moderator. Let's be a little quick because we are already behind the schedule, and UN is very particular about its schedule. So yeah, our panelist and moderator, Dr. Chinese Krita Sudha Cheva, Deputy Director, Stockholm Environment Institute, SEI Asia Center. Mr. Liam O'Connor, Sustainable Urban Development Section, UN ESCAP. Similarly, we have Mr. Amrit Devkota, Director, Ideas International, Nepal. Mr. Omer Paul, Research and Global Advocacy Manager, ILZA Asia. Dr. Abhay Sagar Minch, Assistant Professor, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, University, India. Advocate Barrister Rizwana Yusuf, Supreme Court, Bangladesh. May we also have Dr. Melisha Isa Gulkal, Faculty Lecturer Swan Sunandha, Rajavat University, to receive the token of appreciation. Last but not the least, our moderator, Mr. Anis Shrestha, Executive Director, YFeed Foundation. Thank you so much, our moderator and our distinguished panelists, and Dr. Mary Shuttleworth. A quick photograph, please. Amazing. Thank you, all of you. All right, we now move into a session that highlights important research and innovative work from across the globe. It is my pleasure to welcome our research technical presenters. As I call your name, please come forward and take your seat on the stage. Ms. Udita Singh from India. Similarly, we have Ms. Tenung Limpanapa from Thailand. Ms. Rai Maria Laifa from Algeria. Do we have Ms. Tenung Limpanapa from Thailand? All right, so again, a quick reminder, you will only have 3 minutes for your presentation, so let's be quick. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as they join us on the stage, please.
Can we have the presentation? A very good morning to everybody present here. I'm Dr. Udita Singh from India. And first of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to represent our nation and the studies that we are doing there. So the study that I'll be presenting is improving NCD screening through quality improvement initiative in a tertiary care hospital. It's a step towards universal health coverage. So as you know, non-communicable diseases mostly include diseases like hypertension, diabetes, cancers, chronic respiratory diseases. And these diseases have a lot of morbidity and mortality associated with it, not only globally, but also in India. Although policy exists for opportunistic screening, but it is seldom fulfilled. So the objective of our study was to improve the opportunistic screening in a tertiary care hospital in Punjab. Our department has a screening clinic alongside an immunization clinic in a pediatrics OPD block, where we offer screening services for hypertension and BMI to ambulatory patients and their families. And if need be, referrals are made. What we realized was that we did a baseline assessment for 15 days and saw that only 56 beneficiaries were screened. And we conducted a gap analysis using Ishikawa diagrams. We identified 4 change ideas to implement, which we implemented for 15 days each sequentially. The overall objective was to increase screening. So from the gap analysis, we saw that there was a lot of problems that were occurring at the different levels of people, policy, procedure, and place. So for people, we didn't have a dedicated staff in our clinic. The other problem was that the beneficiaries themselves were not aware that they can avail these services and what's the benefit of that. Then we were only looking at hypertension and BMI, whereas NCDs include a lot more diseases. So there were 4 change ideas mainly that were implemented. The first was having a dedicated staff, so posting a resident who can oversee all the functions, and also training the intern doctors. So these doctors are anywhere between the ages of 20 to 22, who were initially providing the services. Then we realized that our screening tool was not comprehensive enough. It only covered 2 things, whereas now we came up with a tool that included BMI, CVD risk score, mental health assessment, palliative care need, and cancer screening. We also needed to improve the access to the clinic, which initially was in a pediatrics block, so it had limited access, and establish a referral mechanism. So after making the changes, as you can see, we had included a lot more things for screening, for record keeping. We also included a component of health education to educate the masses on the importance and the need for screening and referrals. So in the first cycle, where we had a dedicated staff, we were able to screen 150 participants from a baseline of 56. In the second cycle, where we started with a new form, a new form which was more comprehensive, taking into account a lot more diseases, we were able to screen 278 participants. So these are all beneficiaries who are coming to the hospital not for their own purpose, but to help out a family member. The third one, the third cycle focused on improving the access. So in the pediatrics OPD, only pediatrics patients were coming. We shifted our screening clinic to OPD registration area, where a lot more patients are coming, the family members are coming. It receives quite a lot of footfall. Along with that, we also started with point of care treatment. So instead of sending any screen positive patient to a already hectic OPDs, we started treating them then and there. Then we realized that while we are treating these patients, we are also getting some patients who are at dangerously high levels of blood pressures, or they need an expert service. So a referral mechanism needed to be made. This was the impact of our intervention. This was a new area where we had set up, which had a good visibility and a good footfall of patients. So from baseline, that is from 15th May to 31st May till this last cycle, we were able to increase screening by 7 times. We saw that at the last cycle, 24% had raised blood pressure and 15% were referred to specialist care. So why this is important for us to discuss here is that it aligns with the universal health coverage, that everybody should have access to quality healthcare and at a cost that they can afford. So the change ideas that we implemented and the decisions that we made were in alignment with that. We were opening our services to everybody, be it that they've come for themselves or for anybody else. All the services that were provided, screening and treatment, were free of cost. It was policy aligned as it supports the National Program for Non-Communicable Diseases. Our future directives include that we are getting such a data now that we can actually use it to influence the policy changes. So we want to integrate our data with the policy. The other thing is that we want to replicate this model in other government setups and see how it comes out to be. That's all. Thank you so much.
Salam alaikum, good morning, dear guests, delegates, and changemakers. My name is Maria Rim Laifa, an Algerian architecture student. I'm delighted to be here to represent my country, Algeria, as a delegate. So my research is about intelligent urban resilience, rethinking cities with and for youth facing risk and climate injustice in Global South. Please feel free to stop me if you have any question. I will be delighted to answer. So the core question I address is, how can youth co-create resilient cities in the face of climate and technological risks? So cities in the Global South are living under intense pressure, rapid urbanization, pollution, earthquakes, floods. So yet youth, who are the majority, remain underrepresented represented in governance. So my research aims to show how can youth move from being passive victims to becoming active co-creator of resilience. So to illustrate these challenges more correctly, let me take you to the next slide where we are going to talk about a case study in my own city, Algiers. So urban challenges in Hussein Day, Algiers. Our case study is a central hub with strong transport connections but high vulnerability. We have rapid urbanization plus exposure to multiple hazards like floods with 35%, earthquakes with 28%, pollution with 30%. All these numbers are the results of a survey that we are going to talk about in the next slide. So 72% of respondents were youth, but underrepresented in the governance. And we have 87% identify floods as the main risk. So to go beyond theory, I wanted to understand how people perceive the risk. So I conducted a survey and data collection where we had the 500 participants surveyed on Tripoli Street over 13 working days. And for the methods, it was qualitative and quantitative approaches. For the target groups, we have residents, shop owners, public transport users, park and cafe users. The focus was on risk perception, adaptation strategies, and spatial inequalities. So to respond to the question, what people see as the biggest risk, we have floods with 87% as a most severe risk. After that, we have the pollution due to air and noise from congestion and industry. We have also earthquakes with 54%, and we have technological risk with 28%. In short, we have 60% consider relocation as a passive resilience, and 72% of respondents were youth, but low participation in governance. And we have a gap between real exposure and public awareness, especially for industrial hazards. In the last slide, I'm going to propose 4 key recommendations, which are create GIS, Geographic Information System, plus AI risk management platform with real-time data. Also, we have engage youth in participatory mapping and data collection, raise awareness of industrial hazards via augmented reality tools and hackathons, establish a youth resilience advisory committee in governance. In short, urban resilience will only succeed if youth are not just included, but empowered. Shukran, thank you.
Thank you so much. You may head towards your seat back. Thank you once again. You were really quick, and I appreciate that. Thank you, research technical presenters, for sharing their diverse perspective with us today. Building on these insights, innovations shared in our addresses, we now move into a session of dialogue and exchange. This is a space for conversation, reflection, and learning from each other's experience. I'm pleased to welcome our distinguished dialogue speakers. As I call upon your name, may I kindly request you to come forward and take your seats. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Ms. Segofa Naseri, Afghanistan. Advocate Pratik Yashwant Chavan, India. Dr. Ikira Wambui Dungu, Kenya. Mr. Rasmika Murul Lanka, Sri Lanka. Ms. Bizi Tushar Fadia, India. Ms. Najiba Naseri, Australia. Let's give them a big round of applause as they join us on the stage. And again, a quick reminder, you only have 3 minutes for your session. Yeah, you may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, the President for Youth for Human Rights International, estimated delegates, honorable guests, and fellow young leaders. Good afternoon. My name is Shigo Fanaseri. I'm the Women Committee for the Federation of Hazara Council of Australia. It's a privilege to address you all today at the 5th International Youth Forum for Human Rights, alongside voices from around the world, united by our commitment to justice, peace, and freedom. I would like to acknowledge the organization committee for their team and creating this forum, which provides an invaluable platform for our communities like ours to be seen, heard, and supported. I represent the people of Afghanistan, particularly the Hazara community. To the Federation of Hazara Council of Australia, along with my colleagues, an organization dedicated to advocate for the rights of one of the most persecuted ethnic in the world. Across Afghanistan, tens of thousands of women and girls are being systematically denied their fundamental human rights. They face bans on education, forced child marriages, restrictions on movement, and ongoing treatments of violence simply because of their identity. These injustices are not isolated incidents. They are a part of broader and pattern ethnic and the gender-based persecution. In addition, tens of thousands of Hazara refugees remained stranded in Indonesia, some more than 2 decades, living in legal limbo without accessing to education, employment, or permanent resettlement. Meanwhile, Iran and Pakistan continue to miss the patriation, sending permanent residents, vulnerable Hazara families back to regime that targets them for their ethnicity and beliefs. These acts are not only continuation of the genocide of Hazara people. They are crimes against humanity and violations of international law. Human rights cannot remain symbolic. They must be enforceable, tangible, and experienced by those who need them most. Through the Federation of Hazara Council of Australia, we have taken concrete steps to address these challenges, educating over 75 individuals about their rights through public events, leadership workshops, cultural showcases, and community forums, distributing over 12,000 human rights booklets in partnership with Youth for Human Rights, reaching schools, refugee centers, mosques, and rural communities, empowering youth and women through civic engagement, digital literacy, storytelling, and education initiatives, providing national documentary Voice for Humanity, capturing the untold stories of Hazara refugees, advocating for the formal recognitions of the Hazara genocide, both domestically and internationally. We call upon the international community to turn commitment to action, recognize the ongoing genocide against Hazara people, provide secure and sustainable resettlement opportunities for long-term Hazara refugees in Indonesia, Iran, and Pakistan, condemn the Taliban's gender apartheid, and demand universal access to education for all women and girls in Afghanistan, translate human rights principles into enforceable policies that protect the most vulnerable, establish a dedicated international mechanism to mentor and report on the persecution of Hazara and other minorities in Afghanistan. Human rights are universal. They are not political or regional. They must be defended, not when it's convenient, but when they are most at risk. Let this forum inspire us not only to reflect, but to mobilize. Let us move from words to action, from commitment to tangible progress. I would like to end up my speech by a poem. همدلی از همزبانی بهتر است, which translates to it's better to share hearts than merely to share words. Thank you. I would now like to pass to the next speaker. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, honored guests, dynamic youth leaders from all over the world, it is an immense privilege to stand here today at the United Nations representing India as we reflect on the ideals that shape our common future: human rights, peace, democracy, and the sustainable development goals. At the heart of the SDGs lies a simple but profound truth. Development is not just about the progress, it is about people. A world where economic growth leaves behind human dignity is not true development. A society that ignores human rights cannot claim real peace. A democracy that does not empower its youth, its women, its marginalized communities is incomplete. Coming from a country that is home to the largest youth population in the world, I have witnessed both the challenges and the extraordinary potential of young people. As youth across from the world are engineering the change, we are here to assure the world that we are not powerless, helpless, or hopeless. In my own journey as a businessman, as a social activist, I have seen how empowering even one individual through education, skills, or equal opportunity creates a ripple effect of a change in families, communities, and nations. Human rights are not privileges to be granted. They are inherent to every human being. Yet, across the world, millions are still denied equality, freedom, and justice. To achieve the SDGs, we must reaffirm that human rights are the foundation, not the byproduct of progress. Peace, too, is not merely the absence of war. It is the presence of justice, of dialogue, of trust between the people and the governments. True peace can only grow where democracy flourishes, where every voice, regardless of age, gender, or background, is heard and valued. Our gathering here today is not aimless. We are here to rearrange the world order which is messed up by the gritty communities and brutal animals. But democracy is not a destination. It is a practice, a commitment to transparency, participation, and accountability. As young people, we cannot stand on the sidelines. We must be active citizens, innovators, bridge builders who challenge inequality and strengthen democratic values. I believe that our generation has both the responsibility and the power to turn these ideals into reality. With technology, creativity, and global solidarity, we can achieve what once seemed impossible. But we must act not as separate nations, but together as one humanity. Let us commit today to building a world where the dignity of every human being is respected, where peace is sustained by justice, and where democracy truly reflects the will and the hope of the people. We are noticing that the peaceful and democratic youth movement is nowadays targeted. But we hope that a voice is audible to all those who are creating nuisance against the future of human society and peace of the world. To stand here today at the United Nations is not just an honor, it's a reminder that every step we take matters. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable leaders, distinguished UN officials, esteemed ambassadors, respected delegates, and fellow change makers. So it's my immense honor to stand here with you as to speak you from a global platform, and I do as a representative of millions of young people. The young people who for too long have been seen as the future, but today, here and now, are the present. So we live in a world at the crossroads of possibility. On the other hand, we face challenges that threaten to undermining everything we hold. The climate crisis, the rise of inequality, the social injustice, and the youth unemployment at an all-time high. On the other hand, we have the incredible opportunity to reshape this world. We have the incredible opportunities like this to do something bold, courageous, and every time to be transformative. So we know over 1.2 billion young people, I think more than the population of Europe, the young people are lead to be there. But 13%, I saw a research paper on April, now it's 14.1% from that youth are unemployed. That's a big problem because they are the youth. Youth will be the future leaders. So they are the lives of the future generation. One day they will be ancestors of the more future children who have to be born on this planet. And also 130 million girls are still out of the school. Poverty may be the reason. Safety may be the reason. Traditions or the customs may be the reasons. Early pregnancy, and they don't know what their body is, but they don't know what have the rights they have, what the strength they have. But we are talking in global platforms. Even in each minute, a girl has facing any problem on the world. We are discussing on the gender equality. But in the real world, we know ladies are so strong from their hearts, but if we are comparing in the real truth, not with the stats, men have physical better power than the ladies. But ladies are doing how much harder they can. We have seen lots of mothers, how they are holding their tummies with babies and working with the responsibilities. So ladies must get a better place than this. So while 130 million girls are out of the school, they are not just, this is not actually just a loss of cost. They are losing their dreams. They can be the people who can change the world. And also the global climate crisis, one of the biggest problem. In my childhood, I have seen lots of ants are ready for their future. They are collecting foods for the seasons that they don't have the food. But as human, we are forgetting to be ready for the future. Even the ants are doing. But we say we are the human who have the best brains on the planet. But I have a question from the audience. We everyone know 1 + 1 is 2. We know 2 + 2 is 4. Anyone do know there from where we get the most oxygen? From which resource we get most oxygen? Anyone? Trees? Plants? No. Yes? Trees? That's totally wrong. But thank you for your answer. We get most oxygen from seawater. Oxygen is the thing that we need to live even 2 seconds, even 4 seconds. But we know the stats of mathematics. but we don't know from where we get the resource that we need to live for 5 minutes. We are in the wrong direction. We have to go for the correct direction. So I would like to introduce me. I was the first former Prime Minister of the world's first SDG Children's Parliament. I started to work with United Nations SDGs when I was...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Please be a bit quicker because the few rest of the speaker, they don't have time to speak.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I apologize.
So I have done many things with the SDGs for several years. So lastly, in conclusion, I have to say we have to invest in youth-led initiatives and reform the education system worldwide and provide meaningful opportunities and to be bold climate actions. Networking is the best thing we have to do. Be a group and we will do a better thing for the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rest of the speaker, sorry, but we really want to hear you on and on, but make it very short so that everybody gets the time to speak out. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ekra from Kenya, a beautiful country in East Africa. Somebody asked me whether it is near South Africa. No, we are near the central of Africa. The only country where we have elephants as a tourist attraction. I know in Thailand, elephants are for massage. So that's the difference. And I welcome you. So we are the generation of change. We started talking about universal human rights in 1948, that is 77 years ago. And we are still talking about the same, that is a year before my dad was born because he's 78. And one of the reasons why it was founded is the human conscience, the lack of it that was witnessed in the Second World War. So today, one of the greatest skills that any human being is existing today we need to have is an alive conscience. Because all those years, it was the human rights were founded because of lack of conscience that led to the many deaths of the Second World War. We do not want to ever get back there. So to the dreamers and the doers and the disruptors that are here this afternoon and the destiny shapers, because I am one of those, because I am a youth mentor. I lead an association with 540,000 students in the TVET sector as the national chair for the Association for Private Colleges in Kenya. I have been privileged to mentor many young people who are spread across the world. But we are not just here to talk about the SDGs and human rights, peace and democracy. We are here to live them and lead with them, to build a world where these aren't just hashtags in the world of hashtags. They are not just headlines, but they are our daily habits. Our blueprint for impact is these SDGs that we talk about because it is the GPS that is showing us where the global change is heading. They will tell us where we need to go: zero poverty, quality education, climate action, gender equality, and yes, peace, justice, and strong institutions. But here's the truth. SDGs won't succeed unless we show up like we are doing today with this forum. Not just in boardrooms, but also those who are educators. We go back to our classrooms. Those who are advocates, they do it on their side. And those who are activists, they also do the same. And for those who have a command for social media in this era where the world is joined by just one hashtag, in our communities, we are the heartbeat of these goals. When it was passed by the UN in 1948, we have 30 basic rights that we were reminded yesterday by Dr. Mary Shato. And it is important that we go and internalize these rights so that we educate other people. The human rights are for everyone, not just for the lawyers, the leaders, not just for you or anyone who is privileged to attend a UN forum like this one. It is also for the girl who wants to code, for the boy who wants to dance without judgment, for the refugee who dreams of safety, and for the activists who dare to speak the truth to power. When we talk about young people, the country that I am coming from. Our young people, they have a big movement. Perhaps you have seen it on news, the Gen Z movement, speaking truth to power without fear. So in this generation, apart from having an alive conscience, we also need to be courageous and to speak out and follow through and to get our leaders accountable. If someone's rights are denied and we keep silent, that is complicity. So let's be loud, let's be bold, let's be defenders of dignity, because always leaving somebody with their dignity is the best gift that you can give them, apart from the human rights that are documented on paper. Democracy is more than a vote. It is not just about elections. It's about engagement. It's about asking hard questions, holding leaders accountable, and making sure every voice counts, including yours and the people that you lead. You don't need a title to lead. You need courage, you need conviction, you need a community. To the young people that are present today, this is a reminder of those guiding principles. So peace starts with how we treat each other in our schools. Like we have been smiling at each other during coffee breaks. Let us keep the smiles going even when we go back to our 62 countries, because the smile is the beginning of peace, as the late Mother Teresa said. Let's read, rise, and repeat. So here is my challenge to all of you here. As you go back, rise with purpose, lead with integrity, and repeat this with consistency, because consistency is key. We are not leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today, because since I was a child, I used to hear the statement, you're the leaders of tomorrow. And I keep asking myself, when is this tomorrow coming? I think that tomorrow is now for the young people, for myself. And it is the high time that we bridged these generations, because these human rights started in 1948. That is the baby boomers generation. After the baby boomers is the Gen X generation came. After the Gen X generation is the millennials, which I am a part of. And today is the Gen Z movement. We have the Alpha generation, which are my children, and the young babies just born, the better generation. It is the high time, as the generation for change, we combined these generations and we made sure each of them is aware of what they are expected to leave the world a better place more than we found it. And
Thank you so much.
very much.
Dr. Akira, I'm sorry to interrupt again. May we move to next speaker, please?
Namaste from India. In the year 2016, I was interviewed by WATC.com as global women leaders. And they asked me one question: what does the future hold for you? And I said that I think I'll be making my company international. And maybe I'm on an aeroplane going to Geneva for a peace conference. And here I am at UN today. I think the flight got detoured to Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you so much for being a part of my dream today. All my clients, my friends, fans, and family, I am Vijay Tushar Fadia, who got transformed from a teacher to a vice principal to an author, speaker, life, and leadership coach. And it is all because of the blessings of all my wonderful students. As a teacher, I wondered, am I teaching them from the textbook, or do I want to teach them something beyond the textbook that is about life? And I discovered that students need guidance, mentoring, coaching. And I trained myself to become one and found that they were able to find the real them. And that's when one of my students who missed my personality development lecture said, "Ma'am, we want to listen to you even after grade 10. And there was a parent who gave me a place, and I started my sessions there. The parents invited me to their offices. I became a trainer, and today we have done 431 trainings, impacting 6 lakh 50,000 people, but my dream has just begun. It is to inspire 1 billion plus people across the globe. And yes, the journey is beginning with the participation of students of Management Me School of Confidence, where they come to discover themselves. So here are 3 things that I wish to give a message to all the youth, especially the Gen Y and the Gen X, for the Gen Alpha and the Gen Beta. Because if you start a movement of creating future leaders, those leaders will create future leaders, and those leaders will get connected to bring peace to the world. So what you think, you become; what you feel, you attract; and what you imagine, you create. So believe in the power of imagination. Secondly, you can be empowered by developing skills of focus. Imagine if I had a spoon in my hand and there was a marble there. And I think everybody's played this game of marble and spoon, right? So when I'm holding the marble and I'm seeing the finishing line, I'm focusing on the marble. What do I see? Just the marble and the finishing line, right? Yes or yes? And then, if I have that kind of a focus towards my goal, then I definitely will reach there. So have laser-shaped focus. Secondly, be mindful in your thoughts, words, and action. Be compassionate and considerate. Thirdly, conquering your inner world is more important than conquering your outer world, because peace lies within. You can see yourself in others if you are compassionate to yourself. And I think today the world needs a lot of compassion, caring, consideration. And if you can be focused, towards building your own inner world, like a mad dog, which doesn't see anything except the prey, you just be so focused on getting yourself being your best version. Technology gets upgraded every year. How many times do you upgrade yourself? Just think about it, and I'd come to my conclusion saying that, well, if you believe in yourself, that will become your strength. And your strength does not come from winning. It comes from struggles and hardship. Everything that you go through prepares you for the next level. So be your best version. Thank you, and God bless.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a true honor to be here today, representing the Federation of Hazara Council of Australia, alongside the voices of Afghanistan people, particularly those from marginalized communities, such as the Hazara people, who have long faced discrimination and hardship. We are gathered here from every corner of the world, but we share one truth: we are the light in dark days. And today I stand before you, not only as a student or as a journalist, but as the voice of Afghanistan girls who cannot be here to speak for themselves. My name is Najiba Nasseri, and I'm a second-year journalism student. I have worked in Australian television, and now I work in radio. But when I first arrived in Australia, I was shy. I was quiet and afraid to speak. I had been raised in a country where courage, hope, and dreams were stolen from us, especially from girls. And I hated this afraid inside me. I hated afraid. And I hated being afraid. I asked myself, will I ever be enough brave to claim my life, my voice, and my future? And then to find my voice I turned to books. One book, 48 Laws of Power. This book became more than a book. It became the teacher, my companion, and my mirror. What we say in Persian is that همنشینی به از کتاب مخوا که مصاحب بود گه و بیگاه این چنین همدم لطیف کدید که هم نرنجید و هم نرنجانید. Which translates to English, do not seek a companion better than a book, for it is a friend at all times, a gentle companion that neither hurts nor is hurt. Through this page, I lost my fear and found myself. I learned courage, strategy, and wisdom. And yet knowledge alone is not enough. As the great strategist Robert Greene reminds us, in the 48 Laws of Power, is that power is not given, it is taken through wisdom, discipline, and unity. Then I realized that hardship does not destroy us, it strengthens us. Failure does not destroy us. Every challenge, every struggles, every moment of doubt is preparing us to rise, to speak, and to act. Yet, I could go to university while millions of Afghanistan girls cannot. Every day denied education is a day stolen from their dreams. Every opportunity lost is a future arrest. Some face threats, violence, and discrimination simply for wanting to learn. And yesterday I opened my Instagram and unfortunately received a very painful piece of news that shocks me to my core. That 79 Afghan people lost their lives in a traffic accident, and there were families, mothers, babies who were murdered inside the fire, basically because they had no right to live safely in their own country, and even as a refugee in neighboring countries, they could not find safety. Not long ago, a young Afghanistan woman, Kubra Rezai, in Iran was brutally attacked while trying to work. Her life stolen for simply seeking freedom. These are not numbers. They are sisters, mothers, daughters, and lives destroyed because they could not stand in the light. And this darkness is not just there. It touches us all. If we do not act, the waves will decide their path for them and for us. But I believe in light. The sun shines only to the planet that rises from the soil.
All right,
Opportunity
thank you.
appears only for those who move, who act, and who refuse to wait. We are the light, not because we are fearless, but because we are refused to remain silent. We are the light when we fight for education.
Ms.
Not only
Nasiba,
for
I'm sorry,
ourselves.
I have to cut you off. Thank you so much. A sincere thank you to our dialogue speakers for sharing your experience. You may head back to your seats. Now, following these insightful dialogues, we now move to a landmark moment of our forum, the presentation and the formal adoption of the IYF Youth Declaration. It is my honor to invite Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, co-founders of the International Youth Forum, to present these declarations that embodies the collective visions, commitment, and aspirations of youth from around the world. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu on the stage, please.
Yeah. So very good evening, everyone. So I really wanted to apologize to the speakers who have been stopped today because since we have the remaining plenary to be continued, because I don't want any other plenaries must be misconducted here. So maybe next time you might get a larger opportunity for speaking. So this is one of our part of our agenda. So every year we are adopting youth declarations when it comes to the terms of International Youth Forum. So this year, the declaration, it's all about the call to our government, policymakers, and institutions to institutionalize the youth participations by establishing the permanent youth councils and advisory bodies at the local, national, and international level, and ensure the youth voices are integrated into policymaking across all the ministries and sectors, with this not limited to youth affairs. So I would like to open the floor for discussing about institutionalizing the youth participation. So if anyone have any suggestion and opinion on this to establish the permanent youth council and the advisory bodies at the local and national and international level. So I would like to get a suggestion from the floor. So if there is no suggestions, yeah, if you have any suggestions, please raise your hand. If there is no hands, then definitely we will consider this as we can pass this resolution. Yes, madam. Yeah, please turn on your mic. Second, any volunteers, please help her.
I see. Hello, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and to participate and to give my opinion concerning this forum. I want to thank everyone for giving their opinions concerning this forum. I want to encourage everyone for giving their opinions concerning expressing and raising the voices of young youth and minorities. Among these 2 days, I've been reading too many ideas and things. I just want to say one thing. I'm here to speak about minorities and visible minorities, especially being a woman and being part of visible minorities. I noticed that many of the guests and delegates spoke about many things and many minorities and marginalized groups, but just visible minorities where I noticed that they were forgotten. So I like that these groups should be called to action, not only to be spoken or called to table that, but they should be part of the, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say a lot of things.
Yeah,
I was waiting for my time to speak.
So I would like to respectfully agree that the minorities' voice should be here, because that's why Youth Forum, it's fully inclusive.
I was waiting for my time to speak.
We really appreciate your point, but the discussion is about institutionalizing the youth participation. So this is all about the discussion about the permanent, establishing the permanent youth council and advisory bodies at the local and national and international level. So if any have, yeah, please.
Thank you, Doctor. So my name is Edric Florence Baga from the Philippines. So actually, I have a sharing I really want to share to the public, and that is first, within our local communities, we invite city and regional leaders to create a formal seat for youth representative on a lot of committees like environmental and planning committees, because this valued position actually is, with full voting rights, would weave our generation's perspective directly into basically the system of local decision making, like ensuring our policies are enriched with intergenerational wisdom. And on the global stage, I propose as well that international bodies should formally integrate youth-led advisory councils into their core structures. Basically involve them, hear their ideas, listen to them, let them speak. Just make them also feel that they're open to speak. Because these councils would co-design and provide insight on policies, ensuring that global frameworks are deeply informed by the lived experiences and innovative spirit of young people worldwide. So, like me, I'm ready to be a steadfast partner in building a resilient and just future. So together we can move forward with purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your suggestions. So hope so we are adopting the resolution number 1 to establish permanent youth councils and advisory bodies at local, national, and international level. So next, I would like to move on with youth in governance and decision making. And so we demand the parties to guarantee at least 1/3 youth representation in decision making spaces like parliament and other governmental committees. So if you have any suggestion on any additions towards this particular resolution, so we can open the floor for the discussions. So anyone have any objection or suggestions? Thank you. So I would like to move on to the resolution number 3 to access for education, skill, and innovation. We demand to provide universal access to quality education and digital literacy, climate education, and vocational training, and to invest in youth-led research, startups, and innovation hubs for the sustainable solutions. So I'd like to open floor for the discussion. Any opinion, any suggestions for this resolution to access to education, skill, and innovation? Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you so much, Doctor. My name is Maya Khan from Kenya. And thank you for emphasizing partnerships in your speeches. And thank you for everyone who has attended as well. Coming from a third world country, and as a person of a minority, like being a woman, since our country has very strong patriarchal tendencies, we find that there are similar challenges between African countries and Asian countries. So we'd like to know what kind of steps we as the youth can foster joint projects between Africa and Asia. Thank you.
So thank you for your input. So I would like to request the floor to make comment on the resolutions which I'm making. I'm happy to open the floor for all the discussions because we are looking for your comments and your innovative ideas towards the resolution. So that would be easy for us to carry for the next year. So thank you for once again for the floor. Yeah. So do you have any opinion and suggestions on passing the access to the education, skills, and innovation? Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sitiwin. I am a delegate from Myanmar. Currently, I'm doing a master in social work in Malaysia. I am very honored to be here as a youth delegate. And especially, I'm very passionate about youth empowerment, equitable access to quality education, and social justice. As coming from country with lots of social, political conflicts, I am deeply concerned about the education rights in my country. So given the current situation in my country, I want to highlight the serious challenges youth face in accessing education and exercising freedom of speech. So I would like to call for action for digital inclusion as a pathway to equitable and accessible education and safer channels, digital channels for the freedom of speech. So I would like to call for to take action and to raise voice for more inclusive and peaceful future for the younger generation of my country. So I look forward learning from you all and contributing positive change as a young delegate.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So that is a real framework what we are trying. So we, International Youth Forum, we believe that the education is one of the birthright, and access to the skills and innovation, it's your rights. And that's why we wanted to do this particular resolution in the fifth International Youth Forum. So we are adapting this resolution to access to the education, skill, and innovation to provide universal access to the quality educations. Thank you for the floor. Yeah. So next, I would like to move on to the economical empowerment. So IYF demand the parties to create a focused employment policies, entrepreneurship funds, and green job opportunities. So so I'm opening the floor for the discussion in terms of economic empowerment of youth, where IOF demands to create youth-focused employment policies, entrepreneurship fund, green job opportunities. Thank you. Next, I would like to move on to the climate action and sustainability. IOF demands to involve youth in climate negotiations, natural resource management, and environmental governance, to recognize and support the youth-led climate action movement and the innovations. So we like to open floor. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Allow me to acknowledge the Kenyans who asked
Please
the
make it
question.
short and sweet.
Yes,
Because
I'll make
we are
it
running out of time.
very
Yeah,
brief,
thank
short,
you.
and sweet,
Thank
and
you
you've
very much.
spent my 40 seconds.
Yeah.
In terms of what we can be able to do for our youth, because Asia and Africa, the rest of the world cannot ignore us. We are the only continent with a youth that is active and a population that we are exporting to the world. We would love to learn lessons from India, because when you look up the top data cream CEOs in the world, they are coming from India, CEO from Google, CEO Pepsi, and all that. So I would love somebody in the house from India to give us their secret so that the other nations, we can be able to build onto it, because the rest of the world is getting our labor, but it is getting skills, but not professional labor. And I believe we have the papers, we have the qualifications. What is this that we need to do as the two continents? Because we need to work together as Asia and Africa so that we protect our future generation in terms of we do not need to import expatriates. If it goes on the way it is going, in the next 20 years, again, as Africa, as Asia, we will be importing expatriates because our youth, they have all been doing the skilled labor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as an Indian, I would like to answer for this, because the names, whatever you mentioned, because they have been medialized, they have been in the front face of media. That's why people know these people. Every country has their own intellectuals, and they are leading many international entities, companies, So every country has their own style of preparing their own citizens. So that is what the demand of IOI, that is what we are keeping to the government, to give an universal access when it comes to education, rights, and other things. So we are demanding that every youth should have an equal opportunity and no one left behind. So when the government, when they decided to do that, when they don't want to leave anyone behind, this is going to happen in every country, every continent, every state in this world. This is going to happen. And thank you for your valid points on upgrading the skill set of the African and Asian community. So we are demanding for the universal educational access for each and every youth in this world, so they can get an equal opportunity everywhere. So thank you for your valid points. So any suggestions on economic empowerment of youth. So, thank you. So I would like to remind that, we have been pending declaration on climate action and sustainability, involve youth in climate negotiations, natural resources management, and environmental governance, and recognize support youth-led climate action movement and innovations. Thank you. Yeah. So I'd like to move to the last resolution of IYF 5.0, it's health and well-being. IYF demands all the government to guarantee access to the universal health coverage, and additionally mental health services, sexual and reproductive health rights, and universal health care for the youth. So I'm opening the floor for the discussion on demand on guaranteeing access to the universal health coverage. Yeah, please.
Okay, I actually would like to share as well a simple insight about health, because I've actually learned that health, like true well-being, starts with connection. And what I mean by that is a connection between a clean environment and a healthy body, like between a supportive community and a strong mind as well, a resilient mind. And of course, the connection as well from having the hope for the future and feeling well today. And I think that IYF is one of the forums that just promotes that. So I think my invitation is really just to stay, to really letting us weave the well-being into everything we do. Like take note of our health as well, because we can't live forever, you know. But like just use our health wisely to inspire so many people, and just take note as well of other people that will look up to us. So basically building communities where everyone has a friend to talk to, clean air to breathe, and a sense of purpose that brings them to joy. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your valid input. And as we are coming to the end of this resolution adaptation, so I formally announced that we have adopted 7 declarations for the International Youth Forum 5.0, and there comes as follows: to initialize the youth participation in all the levels, youth in governance and decision making, access to education, skill and innovation, youth for the peace and human rights, economic empowerment specifically on youth, climate action and sustainability, health and well-being where youth should be noticed. And as a follow-up, I'll be sending you the brief youth declaration to your emails. So we can have a deadline of 1 month. So you can give your suggestions and opinions. So we can publish this resolution in the following month. So I urge all the youth presented here to take this resolution to your local government, to international level, and present that we have made this resolution in International Youth Forum in 2025 in United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. And I'd like to take, I would like to ask you to take a pledge, be a responsible and active citizens for contributing to the positive change, work across the borders, sectors, generation to promote peace and equality and sustainability, hold government accountable for the promises made, ensuring no one left behind. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Dear friends, we're almost at the end of the International Youth Forum 5.0. As we come to the close of this extraordinary gathering, I want to take a moment, not just to summarize, but to truly reflect over past 2 days, we have welcomed participants from 62 countries. You came from different culture, disciplines, and walk of life. But you came with one shared purpose: to build a better, fair, and more inclusive society. And for that, I'm deeply grateful and happy. For me, this forum was not just about speech or panel. It was about connection, courage, and it was about youth standing up. We have explored from human rights to ethical AI, from gender equality to inclusive governance, to eliminate of chemical weapon to climate action. We have heard from diplomats, educators, entrepreneurs, and artists. But mostly, we have heard from each other. And in those conversations, in the hallways, over the lunch, during the panels, we have planted seed that will go far beyond Bangkok. Friends, I truly hope that in these 2 days, you have made new friends, that you have exchanged ideas, invited each other in your country. This connection, this community is what you will carry or work forward. Friends, this morning, Mr. Tata reminded us of something very powerful, that the Asia Pacific region is home for more than 700 million young people. Dear friends from this region, we are nearly 60% of world youth population. This is not just a static. It's a call to action. When this region, Asia Pacific region rise, when its youth are empowered, the world will shift. And today we have seen that shift has begun. Friends, now I want to speak from the heart about the people who make this forum very possible. To all of our volunteers, you are the soul of this forum. You have worked tirelessly, greeted delegates, managed logistics, and keep energy flowing. And I'm very incredibly proud of you. To our core team members, thank you for dreaming big and executing even bigger. To our volunteer photographers and videographers, thank you for capturing the heartbeat of this event through your lenses. To our partners, speakers, and supporters, thank you for believing in youth. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for standing behind in this journey. And to every delegate, thank you for your courage, your ideas, and your presence. You are not just participants, you are change makers. You are the reason this forum exists. Let this forum be the beginning of new collaboration, new moment, and new hope. Let's carry this friendship, the lesson, and the inspiration, the belief that together we will build a world that reflects the values we have shared here. From Bangkok, with gratitude and pride, thank you. Safe travels. See you in next sector of this global moment in London in March 2026. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Mr. Halkesi. Wow, we got a surprise. So yeah, moving forward, I would like to call upon Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu as we draw this remarkable day to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu on the stage, please.
Yeah. So it's been 2 days. So I would like to give some key stats of International Youth Forum 5.0. This forum is filled with 500 plus delegates from 62 nations, 350 young peoples, 40 plus speakers from United Nations, government, academics, and civil societies, and youth leaders. 30 plus schools and university students are here. 6 plenary sessions, 4 workshops, cultural events, youth declarations on human rights and SDGs, 10 plus youth partnership invited here, and we have initiated a lot of initiatives here. And this IOF have been reached in social media alone 1 million people, 20 international outlets in terms of media. I'd like to say thanks to each and everyone who came here, because without you, IOF is not going to happen next time. I appreciate all of your efforts to come here and speak here and hear, learn, teach. And thank you once again for your support. And I would like to say thanks to the technicians from United Nations Conference Center, event managers, securities, ambulance, of course our photographers. And I'd like to especially mention our volunteers who came from different institutions of Thailand, and their lecturers to supporting us, and our beautiful MC who made these 2 days to happen in a way which we love to be. And I would like to thanks to everyone here again. And in IOF, we never say bye. See you next year in March in London. Happy to see you guys. We are always welcoming you as an IOF alumni. See you in London. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramu, for the closing remarks. Notice that, dear delegates, we are now distributing certification of participation. Please make sure to collect your outside the hall before you leave. Now, as we draw the curtains on these incredible days, my heart is overflowing with hope and gratitude. Standing here now, I also feel a deep heaviness, because what we built together in this hall was more than a forum, more than a discussion. It was a family, a shared heartbeat for change. To all our speakers, to all our panelists and participants, thank you for 2 unforgettable days of dialogue, inspiration, and action. Together, we have sown the seeds of change, and now it is each of us to carry them forward and to nurture them in our communities and let them bloom in impact. Until we meet again at the next International Youth Forum, keep leading, keep daring, and keep believing in the power of your voice. This is Sakshi Lamsal signing off with a heart full of love, gratitude, and unshakable hope for the future we will build together. Thank you, Swadika, Namaste. From where? Maybe have school children from all whether from India to come forward stage to receive the certificate. We do have one certificate distribution for our dialogue and research technical team. Please come forward and receive the certificate from Dr. Mary Sadalwar. Thank you. And to all the delegates, we are distributing certificate of participation outside the hall. So make sure you collect it before you leave the place. Thank you.
Oh.